Morning. Welcome everyone to the regular council meeting of October 21st, 2025. A couple of reminders for today's meeting. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room, where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on your YouTube channel, and the recording is available after the meeting. The meeting is also broadcast on Broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco Subscribers Channel 10, HD Channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and on Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all of these ways, video or audio recording by members of the public is not permitted in the council chambers. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. Having called the meeting to order, I'll look for Deputy Mayor McDonald. You have the adoption of the open session agenda. Before we do that, under Section 1011 of the bylaw 2024-073, being the bylaw to govern and regulate the proceedings of council for the city of Kawartha Lakes, be waived to permit the addition of item 9.3, being a deputation by Scott Cressman relating to item 14.2.1 on the agenda.
Thank you, through you. Yes, I do. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Richardson, that the agenda be adopted and circulated, and with the following amendments. Additions, item 9.2 being a deputation by Larry Radsio regarding a request of the installation of speed bumps on Folsom Crescent, being item 15.2 on the agenda, and item 9.3 being a deputation by Scott Cressman regarding the requested disposition of the shoreline road allowance adjacent to 495-513 Long Beach Road, Cameron, being item 14.2.1 of the agenda.
Thank you. We have mover and seconder. Any comments, questions, additions, deletions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that passes. Thank you very much. Excuse my voice this morning. I have some kind of persistent cough that interrupts me from time to time. Public meeting, proposed development charges bylaw. There any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Doble?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd declare on items 12.3.6 and 12.3.7.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you. Declaring on 12.3.8.
Councillor Warren.
Declaring on 10.1.1 and 15.4.
Thank you. I'll advise you when we get there. The city is undertaking the process to replace bylaw 2019-184, being a bylaw to impose development charges in the city of Kawartha Lakes. As required under the Development Charges Act, a public meeting is being held on the proposed development charges and its underlying background study. Everyone who makes comment at this meeting is requested to provide their name and mailing address on the sheet provided for the public record. In the interest of time, council respectfully asks that you keep your presentation to no more than 5 minutes. When called, please come to the podium and state your name and, if applicable, the organization you represent. Before we do that, Dr. Found, proposed bylaw to impose development charges in the city of Kawartha Lakes. And we have our own Adam Found, and we have Sean Michael Stephen, a partner in Watson and Associates. Whenever you're ready.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to you and council today. As indicated by council's agenda, we are here this morning to hold the statutory public meeting for the city's proposed development charges bylaw and the underlying background study. These documents were made publicly available on September 17th with the intent of the bylaw and the study being adopted by council at its meeting of November 18th, and with the new DC bylaw taking effect on January 1st. With me this morning is Sean Michael Stephen, partner at Watson Associates, and he's sitting over there beside Director Rojas. And he will walk you through his portion of the presentation following my remarks. Afterward, we will remain on hand to answer any questions you might have about either the study or the proposed bylaw. Before speaking to the necessity of the proposed increases in the city's DC rates, let me take a moment to recognize and thank the members of the Development Charges Task Force, some of whom are here today, which informed preparation of the DC study and the proposed DC bylaw. They are Sal Polito, Chair, Carl Repka, Vice Chair, Tracy Richardson, Councillor, Mark Wilson, Bernard Finney, and Jeff Soley. Having held 13 meetings from February to October this year, the DC Task Force fulfilled its mandate by providing 17 recommendations to staff. These recommendations will be addressed through revisions to be made to the DC study after today. Pursuant to its terms of reference, the DC Task Force is dissolved as of this public meeting. Like many other growing municipalities in Ontario, the City of Kawartha Lakes levies development charges, or DCs, in order to recover growth-related capital costs from developers. The rationale underlying DCs is to ensure that growth pays for itself, so that growth does not impose an undue financial burden on existing ratepayers. This enables the city to extend prevailing service levels to growth without excessively burdening existing ratepayers. If the city did not have DCs, it would be obliged to increase property taxes and user fees considerably to pay for growth-related capital costs, causing ratepayers to subsidize developers. Such increases could very well exceed 10% for property taxes and 90% for water, wastewater user fees, depending on the pace, location, and mix of development. As a result, existing ratepayers could be liable for $20 to $40 million annually in growth-related capital costs on average, and that would be in exchange for no discernible benefit in return. As staff has advised council on previous occasions, capital costs faced by the city have increased dramatically over the past few years. Indeed, capital costs for certain types of assets, such as bridges and facilities, have doubled or more during this period. Due to the peculiar mix of assets municipalities tend to require, the non-residential building construction price index, which is the legislated index for DC rates, has not reflected municipal capital cost inflation. Consequently, annual indexation of the city's DC rates has failed to keep pace with municipal capital costs. But major capital cost inflation is just one critical driver of the present need to increase the city's DC rates. Another such driver is completion of the city's growth management strategy, transportation master plan, and water wastewater master plan earlier this year, all of which reflect the MZOs supported by this council. Even in the absence of capital cost inflation considerations, council adoption of such studies necessitates DC study and DC bylaw updates, given roads and water wastewater services typically account for more than 80% of DC rates. While staff in Watson appreciate that the proposed DC rate increases are considerable, the Development Charges Act does not permit council to lower DC rates without consequence to ratepayers. Should council resolve to discount or phase in the proposed DC rates, the resultant shortfalls in the DC reserve would, by law, fall to ratepayers. This burden could amount to upwards of $18 million annually at a time when ratepayer affordability is already strained. Implementation of the proposed DC rate increases in 2026 is essential to assuring the city's ability to undertake critical housing enabling capital projects, to maintain ratepayer affordability, and to secure long-term financial sustainability. Deferral of this decision will only make the decision harder to make in future, while putting the city's growth and DC reserve at significant risk. Without appropriate DCs in place, the city will come under tremendous pressure to restrict or even halt growth, a clearly counterproductive outcome considering the growth targets set by both the city and the province. As capital costs are beyond the city's control, if service levels are to be maintained, the only financially responsible way to proceed on this matter is to implement the DC rate increases required to support growth in the city. Otherwise, the city will be pressured to slow or refuse growth. With that said, Mr. Mayor, I will relinquish the podium in favor of Sean Michael Stephen, and he will walk you through the balance of the presentation. And as I mentioned, we'll both remain on hand to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, whenever you're ready.
Maybe that's better. Morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So thank you, Adam, for that introduction. I think that'll make at least the beginning part of my presentation a little bit quicker. If we advance to the next slide, I'll just highlight a couple items here. So within the process prior to passing a development charge bylaw, there is a requirement to post the study on the municipality's website at least 60 days in advance of passing the bylaw and holding a public meeting on the matter. This is that public meeting, and the appropriate notice has been given. If we go ahead, another slide, please. And perhaps one more. Thank you. And just illustratively, in terms of the timeline that Adam laid out already, coming from the public meeting today, there is an expectation that there will be an addendum to the background study to reflect some miscellaneous minor changes that have been identified through discussions with staff, as well as some of the task force recommendations that have been made, and then the bylaw coming forward for passage on November 18th, with an anticipated in-force date on January 1st of 2026. So if we go ahead 2 slides, what I thought would be a helpful place to start, just to give a high-level overview of the methodology that's required under the Development Charges Act. And so as we're looking at charges to fund the growth-related capital costs of development of the municipality, the first step is to look at the anticipated amount, type, and location of development within that municipality. And in this case, that's being driven by the main input is the city's growth management strategy. Then we need to look at what is the increase in demand for services over that forecast period in response to the anticipated development. When doing so, we need to have regard for what services are eligible under the Development Charges Act, as only certain services can be funded through development charges. We need to have regard for the average historical level of service that was in place in a municipality over the prior 15 years, as the level of service that you recover from new development cannot be greater than the level of service that you've imposed historically on average. We need to have an expression of council that the needs will be met as well. And so bearing those in mind, that increase in need for service needs to be reflected through certain capital project cost estimates. These often come through the capital budget or through master plans that have been prepared, such as the city's transportation or water and wastewater master plans, to arrive at the total capital cost associated with that increase in demand for service. And then there's certain deductions that need to be witnessed as well. So if those specific projects benefit existing development, that needs to be deducted and not recovered from new development. If there's grants, subsidies, or other funding sources towards those costs, those need to be deducted as well, so that you're not recovering those costs twice. Then once we arrive at the bottom of the illustration in terms of the net development charge recoverable costs, those are apportioned over that same development that started the illustration at the top to calculate a charge that's typically imposed per residential development unit or per square foot or square meter of non-residential gross floor area development. So on the next slide, please, and one more, just to highlight the growth forecast that's been prepared based on the city's growth management strategy. Over the 10-year forecast period that's been examined, there would be about 24% population growth, almost 20,000 increase in population over that period, and about 16% employment growth, looking at the industrial, commercial, institutional employment sectors, about 16% growth over the current employment base in those sectors. Over the longer term to 2051, which is the long-term forecast that the growth management strategy looked at, there'd be about 49,000 additional persons in the city over that period, about 60% growth in aggregate, and on the employment non-residential side, about 48% employment growth as well, so to a total 2051 population of just under 130,000 and just under 27,800 employees. On the following slide, just to highlight some of the nuances around the forecast periods that were looked at for water and wastewater. The master plan that the city developed looked at growth beyond the 2051 period. It looked at a build-out growth projection, and so that would result in additional population growth in the water and wastewater serviced areas of around 58,500 population over that period, just under 13,000 new employees. That's greater than the 49,000 roughly population growth over the period of 2051. So additional growth and demands were assessed in terms of what water and wastewater infrastructure would be required in the city. And so to be consistent with that, the development charge background study looks at those ultimate needs from the master plan over the same underlying growth that would demand that infrastructure. And just the last item to highlight there is that area-specific allocations beyond the water and wastewater serviced areas were looked at with respect to the Northwest Trunk sewage collection area, as those sewage collection growth-related costs are recovered through a capital charge under the Municipal Act and not considered within the development charge framework. So to move ahead 2 slides to look at the services that were considered and the respective forecast periods. So we've assessed over the 10-year period, parks and recreation, library, bylaw enforcement, and general growth-related studies. Over a 15-year period, fire protection services were assessed, looking at a 15-year period there in alignment with the growth projections in the fire master plan. Similarly, for the 20-year period, looking for paramedic services and public health services, the 20-year period being assessed there to align with the growth projections in the paramedic master plan. And then services related to highway, which is erosion-related infrastructure and other public works facilities and fleet, assessed over the period of 2051, and that was the period that the transportation master plan utilized. So again, to make sure that we have alignment between the needs assessment and the development charge background study. And then for area-specific services, police services, as it's only imposed in Lindsay and Ops, is on an area-specific basis. Transit as well, only imposed in Lindsay. And then with fire protection, consistent with past decisions that the city's made regarding its development charge bylaw appeals, is broken down between a citywide component and a rural component over that 15-year period. And as I mentioned, with water and wastewater, that being assessed over the longer build-out forecast horizon. So in the next slide, we can see the total capital costs that have been identified over those respective forecast periods and services. So that totals $2.1 billion in aggregate. You can see in the dark blue section of the pie chart that the development charge or growth-related share of those costs is almost 3/4 of $1.5 billion, with the deductions from the total capital costs illustrated on the top right, the largest being the benefit to existing development at just under $500 million, about 22% of the cost. And then other various deductions that are less significant in terms of their overall magnitude, grant subsidies and other contributions, about $463,000. What we call the post-period benefit, those are costs that are growth related, but not related to development within each of the respective forecast periods. That's about $10.2 million, and then about $27 million deducted to reflect the estimated DC Reserve Fund balance. On the following slide, we can see how those costs break down by service area. Starting from the wastewater treatment in red, so to the top left, and working around to water distribution in the light blue color right at the bottom of the chart. Those water and wastewater costs represent about 72% of the total DC recoverable cost of $1.5 billion. So the majority of those costs are related to water and wastewater infrastructure. The next largest share in the yellow section, hard to read the writing there, but the service is related to a highway. That's 19% of the total capital cost. So between water, wastewater, and roads, those needs have been identified over the period of 2051 or longer to build out represent a little over over 90% of the total capital cost. So that the vast majority of the needs that have been identified are for water, wastewater, and services related to a highway. So we move ahead 2 more slides, just see the proposed or calculated schedule of charges. The structure of the charge is unchanged from the current bylaw in terms of the types of development that would be charged. We can see that would be imposed by residential dwelling unit type. So for single and semi-detached, other multiples and apartments of 2-bedroom and greater or 1-bedroom and bachelor. That charge is differentiated based on the assumed occupancy by dwelling unit type from census data. Then for non-residential development, the charge is imposed per square meter of gross floor area development, or for electrical generation facilities per 500 kilowatts of nameplate generating capacity for specific services. So it's a little bit easier to read on the following, maybe before we go ahead a slide actually. And then the schedule of charges is broken down by service area. So the services under municipal-wide services are largely those services that are imposed across the city. However, police and transit obviously just imposed in Lindsay and Ops or Lindsay respectively. Then under urban services, those are the charges that are only imposed in those areas of the city that do have water and wastewater services. And then the fire protection charge, rural, towards the bottom of the chart, are imposed only in the unserviced areas in terms of no water and wastewater of the city. So the total charges then by area are shown on the following slide, which is just an extract of the bottom of the previous table. And so we can see the charges imposed by area, whether that's in Lindsay, whether that's in the northwest trunk area of Lindsay, other urban service areas like Bobcaygeon or Fenelon Falls, and then in the rural area within Ops or the rural area outside of Ops. And those 5 service areas are distinguished based on the applicability of the different services. And so the charges in the urban serviced area that include water and wastewater for a single and semi-attached dwelling unit would be between $60,000 and $67,700 per single or semi-attached dwelling unit. Charges lower in the northwest trunk area because they also have a capital charge applicable for the sewage collection costs. In the rural areas, the charge would be $23,100 outside of Ops, $24,900 within Ops, reflecting the application of the police services development charge. We can see how those charges would decrease by dwelling unit type. Within Lindsay, for a 1-bedroom and bachelor, that charge would be $30,800 roughly. And then for in the non-residential side, we look at per square meter of gross floor area. The charges in the urban serviced areas between $320 per square meter and $358 roughly per square meter, and in the rural areas between $115 and $127 per square meter of gross floor area. On the following slide, see how those charges compare to the existing charges that are imposed. And so we can see that the charges in the urban serviced area increase between about $28,000 and $30,000 per single and semi-attached dwelling unit, an increase of between 78 and 110%, depending whether we're looking at the areas outside of Lindsay or within. And within the rural areas, an increase of between 93 and 99%, an increase of between $11,100 and $12,400 per single and semi-attached dwelling unit. When we look at what's driving that increase, we can see a large share of that is from the water and wastewater charges, which are going up by about $18,000 per unit if we're looking at the areas in Lindsay, for example, outside of the Northwest Trunk. And then for the citywide services, those charges per dwelling unit going up by just under $12,000, $11,981, with the service areas largely driving that increase being fire protection, services related to a highway, and parks and recreation. And so some of the key items driving those increases in the charge are, as I mentioned earlier, on water, wastewater, and roads. That is the updated capital programs that have been identified through those master plans. Then we look at other services like fire protection or parks and recreation. A lot of that is being driven by, at least on the fire protection side, increases in the capital costs for similar projects that were identified previously. So as Val mentioned, some of the greater than inflationary cost pressures the city has seen compared to prior cost estimates. On the following slide, we have the similar comparison for non-residential development in terms of the per square meter charges. And so here the charges are going up between $63 and about $112, whether we're in the wet areas of the urban service area. And then on the rural areas going up between about $25 and $33 per square meter. From a percentage standpoint, the increase is lower than on the residential side. And a large part of what's driving that is services like parks and recreation, which have an increase in the charge. They're almost entirely of a residential benefit, so they don't have the same impact on the non-residential charge. So on the following slide, I've included a comparison of these charges to where you sit currently to where the proposed charges would rank the city in comparison to other municipalities in the geographic area. The purpose of this chart is not to illustrate that whether other municipalities have greater or lesser servicing costs than the city. It's more just to illustrate comparatively where you stand. And so we can see, as illustrated by the gray arrows, that's where the 5 service areas would rank currently. And so obviously the rural charges without water and wastewater would be at the bottom end of that comparison. And we can see by arrows 1, 2, and 3 towards the middle of the comparison that the current charges would generally be placed between Gravenhurst, Selwyn, Prince Edward County, and Picton, Port Hope, Orillia, Quinte West, and Cavan Monaghan. And then with the proposed increase, that would move the city up above those municipalities to the sort of top end of the comparison, below the Durham municipalities and York municipalities that are included in the comparison. So we have, which are still within York region, and a number of the Durham municipalities, as we can see there, and then below Peterborough as well, but above the other municipalities. So that goes over the calculation of the charge, the comparison of the charge to the existing charge, as well as how that compares for single and semi-detached dwelling units to other municipalities. I then just want to spend a few minutes on the development charge policies that would be included in the bylaw that guide the implementation of the charge. We go ahead 2 slides, please. Firstly, in terms of the policies around the timing of collection. So development charges for roads, water, and wastewater services may be payable at the time of subdivision or consent agreement in accordance with the council policy, but otherwise development charges would be calculated and payable at the time of building permit issuance. I would note that with Bill 17, there was one of the proposed amendments to the act was to change the timing of collection of development charges for all residential development other than rental to occupancy. There has been a regulation put out for consultation that would look at a change to the building code to require occupancy permits to help implement this change, but at this point in time, that is not yet in effect, so development charges continue to be collected and payable at building permit. And then in terms of the indexing of that charge, it's currently indexed on a mandatory basis on January 1st of each year. It's proposed that that would continue, and that would start on January 1st of 2026. A couple other items around on the next slide around the timing of collection and calculation. As required under the Development Charges Act, the development charges for any developments that proceed through a site plan or zoning bylaw amendment agreement. Can we go ahead one slide, please? They are calculated not at building permit issuance, but on the day the planning application is made, and then they're held frozen at that rate until building permit issuance, provided the building permit's issued within 18 months of when the approval of the application was granted. I do have the note there 2 years / 18 months because this change came into effect, or the 18-month change came into effect of June of 2024. And so applications that were approved prior to that date still have a 2-year time period. There's also mandatory installment payments that are required under the Act for rental housing or institutional developments. They are required under the Act to pay their charges in 6 equal annual installments, with the first payment on the date of occupancy. That differs from the default under the Act of payment at building permit issuance. These two developments would, by legislation, be required to pay in 6 equal annual installments. Lastly, in terms of the timing of collection, interest can be imposed on development charges that are determined at site plan or zoning bylaw amendment application, and on those mandatory installment payments as well. The maximum interest rate is the average prime rate plus 1% on the following slide, please. And I would note that one of the other proposed changes with Bill 17 was to remove the interest payments on the installments that are required. Next slide, please. And one more. So in terms of the exemptions to the payments of development charges, the Act itself provides certain types of development that are exempt from development charges that municipalities have to witness. Those include the fact that you don't charge yourselves or upper tier governments or school boards, land that's intended for use by a university. Any existing industrial buildings can expand by up to 50% of their existing floor area without the application of development charges. Additional residential units that are within existing or new residential buildings are exempt. That includes adding up to two units in single, detached, semi-detached, or row houses. And when doing so, only one of those units can be ancillary. And when it comes to existing rental residential buildings that have 4 or more residential units, there's also an exemption where they can add the greater of 1% of the units in the building or 1 additional unit. So for large, high-density residential buildings, they could add more than 1 additional unit and have an exemption applied. On the next slide, other statutory exemptions under the Act include nonprofit housing, long-term care homes, inclusionary zoning affordable units, and then additional exemptions for attainable units once proclaimed by the Lieutenant Governor, and there's also the additional exemptions for affordable units provided they are sold or rented below the threshold set out in the provincial bulletin on affordable housing. The discount for rental housing is the last one to note here. So for rental housing development, depending on the number of bedrooms in the unit, they get between a 15 and 25% discount. So those are the exemptions that are required under the Act. On the following slide are the proposed exemptions to be included in the bylaw. Those include places of worship, nonprofit hospice, public hospital, cemetery, burial site, or crematoriums, agricultural development, and park model trailers continuing to be exempt, consistent with the current bylaw. And then as well, consistent with the current bylaw, there would be refunds granted for temporary buildings or structures as well that are removed within the agreed upon time frame. Next slide, please. Last couple policies here. Redevelopment credits are continue to be included in the bylaw. The intent of the redevelopment credit is that where you have a development that is demolished and replaced or converted to another use, the replacement of the existing use does not represent an increase in need or demand for service, and therefore replacing that need or converting it to another use does not have development charges associated with it. As long as the in terms of demolitions and replacements, as long as the building or structure was capable of being occupied within the 5-year period prior to the redevelopment. Next slide, please. So a couple other items I thought I would note that aren't reflected in the bylaw, but just for council's information in terms of future changes that could occur related to the bylaw as a result of Bill 17 and the proposed amendments to the Development Charges Act. One of the items that's been identified is a change to the definition of the types of capital costs that can be funded through a development charge bylaw. So subject to regulatory changes, certain capital costs could be removed. The one potential is around land. That's an item that was previously identified in the Act as an area that could be changed subject to regulation. Now that's been expanded to speak to any capital costs could be revised subject to regulation. So something to monitor moving forward in terms of potential risk to the city's capital plan and the funding sources. If there is a change to the types of eligible capital costs and some are removed, then the city would be required to fund those types of costs through other sources. There's also a simplified process that's been allowed now to amend development charge bylaws. So previously, under the Act, for any amendment to a bylaw, which you can undertake at any time, should you wish, you did have to prepare a study and hold a public meeting and meet the public notice requirements and posting requirements. Now, for certain situations, you can go through that in a simplified way without any study preparation or public meeting. You just have to give notice of bylaw passage. And that relates only to changing the expiry date of a bylaw, as the city has done previously, to change or remove an indexing provision in the bylaw, or to lower the charge for a certain type of development. So if you're amending a bylaw for one of those three situations, you can do so in a fairly expedient manner. There's also proposed changes around the grouping of services for the purpose of credits. Something to be monitored. Can have some implications around how costs are recovered and the cash flow implications to the city. And then the last one is a potential change around defining local services and regulations. And so what they're referring to here in terms of local services are the types of costs and infrastructure that a developer would be required to construct and fund as a condition of their subdivision or consent agreement and aren't part of the development charge calculation. Different municipalities have different standards in terms of what their requirements are. And so there's some language in the Act around having some uniformity or at least some definitions around the local services, but nothing at this point yet. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the bylaw is proposed to come into force on January 1st of next year. The charge would be indexed each year, beginning on January 1st of next year. These charges are currently represented in 2025 values, and that indexing would be based on the most recent third quarter year-over-year change in the index. So in terms of the next steps then, on the following slide, there's an opportunity for council to receive feedback from the public, for staff to take the feedback from council and the public. There will be an amendment or an addendum to the background study and bylaw to reflect the mentions from the minor capital cost updates, the task force recommendations, and any potential feedback from council if applicable, with the target to have the addendum to the background study issued by October 29th to be part of the council agendas moving forward, and the bylaw coming forward to council for your consideration on November 18th. So thank you for your time. As Mr. Pound mentioned, I'm available if there are any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, I believe you wanted to do something?
Well, that sounds pretty open-ended. Thank you, through you, Chair. I just want to take this time to thank Watson's Associates and, of course, the task force members. As mentioned, we had 13 meetings since the beginning of the year, and it was a real eye-opener when you look at the level of engagement, the challenging questions, and the actual homework that this task force brought to the table when we were reviewing this. I certainly learned a lot, and moving through that process, I also realized the importance of this particular DC update. Just recognizing how many things have changed since 2019 when you look at, total cost, and of course, markets has changed as well. So this presentation for me is really, looking at that projected growth, the capital cost is out, and the formula of what we're going to need to move forward. And it's a hard conversation, but it's sensitive to, obviously, to our developers, but it's a necessary conversation because we really need to move forward and balance infrastructure needs with the economic growth that the City of Kawartha Lakes has faced. And like I said, it was a real eye-opener watching this process and how important, it is for us to move forward. And it's just an open comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly great thanks to the task force and to staff as well for all their work on this. When you're looking at this type of growth and these types of increases, it's never a happy story. But as somebody wise said, sometimes you got to tear off the bandage. In any event, questions from Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. There was a lot of talk in the recent elections, especially federally, about building more affordable housing. If affordable housing is really off the table, where would they be asking to lower development charges?
Just to clarify, Councillor, with your question about, with respect to affordable housing, what are the options to lower development charges?
Yes, so there was talk both federally and provincially about having municipalities lower development charges to speed up affordable housing, I thought. Mm-hmm. So if affordable housing is off the table and exempt, where would they be looking to lower development charges, and what sectors?
Oh, yeah, thank you for the question. So beyond the exemptions that are required for affordable housing that the province has already implemented, if there were a desire to look at changes to development charges as a incentive to the creation of more housing, then municipalities have the ability to look at that by policy. And so the province has looked at that specifically with respect to items like or areas like rental housing. So rental housing has a further discount regardless of its affordability criteria. So that's a market segment that the province has prioritized in terms of having additional incentives. So it has further reductions, not full exemptions, but reductions for rental housing. And it also has mandatory deferrals of the payments for rental housing to assist in the cash flows for those developments. So those are two areas that the province has looked at in terms of having specific incentives beyond the affordable housing incentives.
I guess you haven't heard anything from the feds then on that.
Until it's in legislation, it's hard to comment. I think we all hear a lot of chatter about different things. So I can't really comment on that. You're welcome.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and just a question to Mr. Stephen or Dr. Pham. On, I believe it was page 15, slide number 15, you referred to non-residential development charges. Just wanted to get some clarification. So you were proposing, they were proposing increasing that from 0. Right now we have 0%. About 4 years ago, previous council dropped our development charges for commercial to 0%, and it spurred growth. And are you proposing that it be increased? Because I see the rates have increased. Because right now there's an exemption of up to 2,500 square meters, which is 27,000 square feet. Just wanted to get your comment on that, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so what has been proposed through discussions with staff is that exemption for the first 2,500 square meters would be removed, as well as for industrial development. Okay,
Yeah, because that kind of problematic, because I know of one employer here in Lindsay that brought 120 some jobs here, and that was one of the main reasons why they came here, because they had we were unique in that we passed this bylaw that we would spur economic development by attracting industry, manufacturing businesses, and they would create jobs. But one of the main reasons was that they saw that in this municipality had this incredible 0% tax on commercial and industrial development charges. So I just wondering, like, what sort of maybe my last question is, do you think that'll have a negative effect, or if we put the tax back on and maybe they'll go somewhere else? That's what I'm kind of concerned about.
Sure. So it's somewhat hard to say without looking at all the factors, but what we, from looking at this in other municipalities across the province, what we typically see is that it differs by type of industry. And so when you're looking at commercial and retail, those are typically more population related industries that their location is tied more so to where the population growth is occurring, and they're a little less price sensitive in terms of development charges impacting where they would locate. Other industry, like more industrial manufacturing, warehousing developments, have a little bit more price sensitivity in terms of they have more flexibility in where they locate. So cost is a factor there, but it's not the only factor in terms of those input costs. There are locations to employment markets and transportation corridors and service land and other factors that can be more significant than the development charges in terms of where they locate. In summary, it can be potentially more of an impact on industrial and typically less on commercial retail development.
Thank you.
Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand how it all works, but I'm not sure, and I just want to hear it. In the rural areas, there's not a lot of vacant land left, so these development charges, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't apply to properties that already have a house So if you redevelop a lot that already has a house on it, then you don't have to pay the development charges. Is that correct?
That's correct. With the redevelopment credit policy, the redevelopment of a property in a like-for-like manner would not result in any development charges payable.
Okay, and so if somebody bought a house, there's 1,000 square feet, and they tore it down and they put up a 2,000 square foot house, they would only get credit for the 1,000 square feet. They would still pay partial development charges. Is that correct?
No, not quite. Because the development charges are not on residential, are not imposed on a square foot basis. They're imposed by type of dwelling unit. If you demolish a single detached home, whether it's 1,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet, and replace it with a single detached home, that unit offsets each other. So it's not about the size, it's about the type of dwelling unit.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Maybe just a comment back to the conversation that Councillor Ashmore brought up regarding commercial and industrial. We do know that moving forward, I was part of that 2019 decision to provide that exemption, but moving forward, seeing that exemption for those type of things only is going to create more absorption through the municipality. Obviously, in turn, will come down to the taxpayer as well. So growth has to pay for growth. And I mean, when you look at commercial DCs, the commercial development is happening because the market supports the need. Folks know that, you know, if they come here, they're going to have that kind of support. So we just need to be very careful because growth has to pay for growth, and we can't shift that. And I think, you know, I understand where Councillor Ashmore is coming from, but it's really prudent that we stick to this course because we can't put any more tax burden on our residents.
Was there a question there? Thank you. I have a couple, if I can. Perhaps to Dr. Found, the cost of homes since 2019, while have development charges kept up with the cost of homes, the increase in the cost of homes?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe by cost of homes, I'm going to assume you mean the price of homes on the market. And if so, it sounds like you're confirming, I welcome the question because that's really ultimately what matters, I guess, is what is the percentage of the home price that is represented by DCs. And what we've seen in 2019 is a study done by the Municipal Finance Officers Association that found that range typically sat around 5 to 7%. And since 2019, we've seen both, to your point, Mr. Mayor, we've seen both housing prices increase as well as municipal capital costs and therefore DC rates increase. So your question is, have those two things, both numerator and denominator, increase at basically the same rate? And I think the answer depends on the specific type of housing as well as the specific type of non-residential development. And so unfortunately, there really isn't an answer that I think covers all different types of development. But my sense is that that ratio hasn't really changed a whole lot. I think we're still sitting at about 7% of the house price that is represented by DCs. So in my view, and maybe there's new data out there that I haven't seen yet, but based on what I understand, that ratio hasn't really changed a whole lot.
Just a follow-up to that. We haven't had a reassessment by MPAC since 2016, and I think we use the assessed value of the average home in Kawartha Lakes as being $277,000. I don't know many houses that are on the market for 277,000. So taking your average 3-bedroom house on a average size lot has development charges kept up at that rate?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, indeed, you're correct that as average assessed value figure you quoted is based on 2016 values, so not even 2019 values. So it's even more out of date than a 2019 value. I think the general answer to your question is yes. Again, if you take what an average home price might have been for a single detached home in Lindsay, let's say, in 2019, and compare that to the DC rates that were in place at that time, and then do the same comparison today to the exact same home in Lindsay and look at its selling price versus the DC rates that are being proposed now, again, I think you would see that ratio really hasn't appreciably changed.
Thank you. So if there's no more questions from council for the deputants, we'll move into 4.1, which is the public comments. And I'll repeat I got ahead of myself. Everyone who makes public comment at this meeting is requested to provide their name and mailing address on the sheet provided for the public record. In the interest of time, council respectfully asks that you keep your presentation to no more than 5 minutes. When called, please come to the podium, state your name, and if applicable, the organization you represent. First up, we have Rebecca Shulmat from Peterborough and the Kawarthas Home Builders Association.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Worship and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the development charge increases. I am here on behalf of Peterborough and the Kawarthas Home Builders. We represent over 120 member companies that include builders, developers, tradespeople, suppliers, renovators, and people in the home building industry across the city of Kawartha Lakes and city and county of Peterborough. Everyone in our association is committed to building our community and providing jobs for people in our community. The economic impact of home building in the city of Kawartha Lakes is about like $500 million. And that is jobs, that is what people invest into their homes. And in the past few years, the city of Kawartha Lakes, because the number of housing starts has increased, is now on par with what it is for the city of Peterborough. So you guys have had a lot of growth. You've done a lot to accommodate that growth, and it has brought a lot more jobs and residents to your community. Looking at the development charge increase, yes, development charges are to pay for new infrastructure to go with the new housing that comes to the community. But when they increase too much, they could also scare off development. The development charges have increased about 3 times what they were in 2016, and this is a big increase coming again. It's very difficult for anyone to plan their business, to forecast into the future when there's a 50% increase to development charges. The city of Kawartha Lakes also recently had, a 400% increase to site plan approvals and zoning bylaw amendments. So adding all these costs onto new housing, they do get passed on to the home buyer. So at the end of the day, raising development charges is raising a new neighbor tax, and that's going to reduce the number of new residents you can have coming to this community. When you don't have the new residents coming, it does affect your overall tax base. And if you need to continue service levels for your population of 80,000 and it does not grow to 100,000, you need to have higher tax increases to make up that difference, because you're not seeing the growth needed to maintain the infrastructure you have, and you're not getting the development charges to build the new infrastructure that is also needed. The development charge increase at this time is very bad timing. It's a terrible economy for it. The housing starts are down 70% across the province, and new home sales are down 85%. And that will forecast out to continue to have a decline in new homes that are being built for the next 4 years at least. In 2022, Kawartha Lakes saw the most homes built in, I don't know, about the last 30 years. And it's been declining since then. It will continue to decline, especially with this development charge increase. The cost of building a home is actually almost on par with the average sale price. So there's not profit margins to be made for building new homes, and increasing development charges just erodes that further. So when there's an opportunity to phase in development charges, council does have that option, and that will help builders to be able to plan their developments and accommodate these increases, because nobody has a slush fund for a 50% increase for costs. The construction and trades is a top 5 industry for the city of Kawartha Lakes. About 15% of the local economy is based on that. And from my conversations with many builders over the past year, a lot of people are laid off. A lot of tradespeople are laid off. And when people are laid off, they're not going out to restaurants, they're not adding more to the economy because they can't afford it. So increasing costs has further ripple effects of people losing jobs in the long run. And it is very difficult in the construction industry. A lot of people that leave skilled trades do not come back to skilled trades. So there is a huge gap where we are pushing a lot of students to get into the skilled trades. And there's a lot of people over the age of 50 that are in the skilled trades, but there's a huge gap in the middle where we don't have those people to train the next generation. The population projections in the report, I did just want to mention, it mentions, you know, a 25% increase. Looking at what the current population is, the $130,000 projection of residents seems a bit high. And again, when you have more costs going to that, to every new home, it's going to really reduce the number of new people that come to the community.
I just get you to wrap up, please.
Yes. So thank you for this opportunity. I would like to request that development charges are phased in and we don't start with a 50% increase. It is not the economy to sustain such an increase. The community does need to have new growth come to this area to support ongoing tax base, which needs to continue to grow, as well as the development charges. With the water and wastewater, there's other companies in Eastern Ontario that have options for rural development that would cost half of what the traditional pipes in the ground are. So there are a lot of options, and the municipality has some flexibility to keep development charges low while also maintaining services needed for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Just stay there for a minute in case there are any questions from council. Councillor Ashmore.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Rebecca. I just wanted to thank you for coming in. I know we've talked before, and you have a pulse on what's going on with the home builders in the Kawartha Lakes and Peterborough, and you hear from them all the time. The construction industry is so big now, and like you said, it's 50% with construction and trades industry. Is that correct? 50% now.
I said 15. I was
15.
looking.
Okay, and also like if people need jobs to come to a community, and you know we're seeing places like Oshawa where we don't want that We don't want to see any more shifts leave great companies like GM or over in Brampton even with Stellantis, Chrysler, and when I mentioned about industrial and commercial, we want people to have have jobs, private sector jobs especially, and so they can live here. You know, it's great to retire here, but we also need to think about the younger generation, and to me that's really important, and I'm glad you mentioned that, especially with the trades. So that's the future, and of attracting young people into our community. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Solly from Tribute. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Your Worship, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Solly, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Tribute Communities. I want to make 2 points that I want everyone to kind of keep in mind. Number 1, developers don't pay development charges. Home buyers pay development charges. Number 2, we are partners in growth. Council and the City of Kawartha Lakes has decided it wants to grow to provide opportunities for its existing residents and opportunities for investments for new businesses. Developers are happy to share in the benefits of that growth by bringing in new houses, new home buyers, and we create jobs. Those jobs have spin-off effects for the entire community. So those are 2 points I just want everybody to kind of keep in mind as we move forward. But as we're all aware, we have a housing crisis right now. We have an affordability crisis. And why do we have that affordability issue? Every stakeholder in the housing ecosystem has an impact on the ability to deliver housing that is affordable to all. The vast majority of housing is provided by private developers and builders. Yes, the province, the feds, municipalities all also play a role in providing housing. They're more targeted to what they call the deep affordable process, subsidized housing, that metro housing, that type of thing. But builders and developers, for the most part, are providing housing for all Ontarians and all Canadians. But builders can only address those parts of the cost to create housing that they can control. And where builders can exercise control, they act by challenging the housing, by changing the housing specs, making units smaller, negotiating better deals with their trades, etc. But developers and builders cannot control the impact of government fees and charges on the provision of housing. And those costs are ultimately passed on to home buyers, tenants, and in the case of commercial and industrial development, onto those users. And those are, similar impacts, much like the impacts of tariffs on wood and steel that other industries are facing right now. So, but unfortunately, especially at this time, home buyers and tenants who are already struggling with affordability barriers, such as the ability to qualify for mortgages, raise the money for down payments, etc., cannot take on these additional costs. In the case of the release of the city's DC background study, all developers and builders, all we can do is react to the proposed new rates. And I expected a significant increase in the DC rates because I know that the city is planning for growth, as it should. The city is doing the right things for planning for growth by undertaking such measures as the growth management study, the transportation master plan, the sanitary and wastewater plan, master plans. These are all necessary works to understand the infrastructure required to support growth. But I'm still surprised at the amount of the increase. So, the proposed new DC rates are proposed, as we've seen before, to basically double for single-family dwellings. Soft costs, especially, the soft cost component of the DC rates are proposed to increase by 174%. and fire, I like to pick on fire, has increased by over 600%. So the DC background study is detailed, it's a complicated document, and requires a thorough review to ensure that the assumptions and conclusions are correct. I'm not going to go through on a line-by-line basis, but I think we would like the opportunity to discuss some of those specific items with staff, and I'll be providing some specific comments in a written letter later on. But even if the numbers are correct, so what? If we can't all do our job to create housing choices that are affordable, then consumers won't buy. If consumers won't buy, no developers won't build. If there's developers won't build, there won't be building permits, and therefore DC payments will not be made because we're not going to be paying for nothing. And that doesn't help the municipality either. So doubling DCs at this time is not helpful in the context of addressing affordability in housing. But as partners, what can we do? Some municipalities are recognizing the impact that fees have on affordability and are starting to take action. Vaughan and Mississauga have instituted programs that provide for DC reductions. Other municipalities are looking at DC deferrals and other cost-saving mechanisms. The province has also provided changes to the Development Charges Act to provide the opportunity for creative approaches to DC calculations. Tribute and I know other developers and builders are looking to partner with Kawartha Lakes to find solutions that benefit all. Options that I'd like to suggest that we can pursue include challenging staff and Sean Michael to review the underlying costs and assumptions and the service levels to ensure that the city is planning only for what it needs, not what it would like. Plan for and utilize new tools provided by the DC Act by allowing developers, builders to defer payment of DCs to occupancies. And I note, and Sean Michael has already commented on it, that the building code is looking to be modified to facilitate the implementation of occupancy permits that will help backstop any concerns that the municipality have in terms of DCs not being paid at the appropriate time.
I get you to wrap up, please.
Okay. Phase in the implementation of DC rates to allow the market to catch up on its ability to absorb proposed increases. Some form of transition will ease that burden. And review opportunities for discretionary exemptions to support specified housing options. And finally, and review the deemed necessity to index DCs. Indexing should be may, not shall. Finally, review additional opportunities to lower the DC quantum utilizing tools within the currently enacted DC changes. My ask of this council is that they direct staff to meet with interested developers to further review some of these opportunities. I know that the DC background study is already proposed to be modified. Council has the opportunity on December the 9th to pass the bylaw and still be within the time frame of the expiry of the indexing. So if that would be, that opportunity is available to us, we very much appreciate it. So thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Doble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for your deputation. You mentioned that you're going to be sending a more detailed letter to staff. Could I ask that it be copied to council? Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned, I don't have to go into much detail, but you mentioned indexing development charges. Could you sort of give a brief synopsis of what that is? Indexing DCs?
So the Development Charge Act, and Sean Michael can probably answer better than I, but Development Charge Act allows municipalities to basically every year or at a particular date in their DC bylaw specify when the base rate of the development charge can increase much to keep up with inflation. That's the theory. It's an inflationary indexing. And there's various ways that that index is set, but it's basically like a cost of living type of a thing.
Thank you.
Just in the interest of transparency, you were a member of the DC task force, were you not?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you for coming today. We now have Peter Toma from Urban Metrics, and he is remote. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Toma.
Good morning, Chairman, Your Worship, and members of the Kawartha Lakes Council. My name is Peter Toma. I'm a president of Urban Metrics, and I'm appearing today on behalf of our client, Smart Centers. And I'm here today to comment on the proposed non-residential DC increases, specifically those within the Northwest Trunk area where our clients' lands are located. And I'm really here, the reason is simple, is to draw urgent attention to the consequences of the proposed 54% increase in non-residential development charges, going from approximately $207 per square meter to $320 a square meter. And I'm also here to draw attention to the removal of an important discretionary exemption, which Councillor Ashmore referred to, around the exemption that currently exists on the first 2,500 square meters of a non-residential building. For the record, I've already stated my concerns in a letter dated October 17th, but I'd like to briefly, in the short time that I have here, Tate, really just to touch on 4 points. And the first point is that the proposed rates, then the proposed rate of increases, will have detrimental impact on the competitiveness and the reputation of Kawartha Lakes as a business-friendly community. In simple terms, the proposed increases would make Lindsay one of the highest cost jurisdictions in the outer GTA. And this would certainly impact both future business setup and commercial investment interests. As highlighted in my submission, the proposed DC for commercial outpaces comparable municipalities such as Port Hope, Cobourg, Trenton, Belleville, to the south and east, for example, and it would also outpace what other similar recreational seasonal comparable communities such as Aurelia, Midland have in place, just as by way of an example. At $230 per square meter, Kawartha Lakes, in my opinion, exposes itself to a non-competitive location. And the charge, if approved, in our opinion, would threaten to freeze out large-scale investment. It would limit economic development, limit economic diversification, and thus reduce opportunities for growth and job creation almost across the board. I'd say the proposed rates has real consequences on the development applications that have made their way through the planning process. And our client, Smart Center, is preparing to advance a shopping center representing 18,500 square meters. And from my 30 years of experience as a market analyst, focusing on shopping centers, retail space, etc., we know that new commercial facilities in Lindsay have been a long-standing ambition for both the municipality and for residents. The Smart Center proposal, we believe, aligns specifically with Council's stated goals for growth and economic development in Lindsay. And the proposed development changes, without phasing or grandfathering, for example, would increase our clients' municipal charges by close to $4 million, raising it from about $2.4 million to $6.2 million. And that's an eye-watering increase of 157% when you take into fact that the exemptions, for example, have not been carried forward into the proposed new bylaw. And this is a dramatic and unforeseen cost, which is essentially going to increase the risks of, of stalling or potentially slowing the momentum of the project. And it would also reasonably defer future developments that bring jobs and uplift across the entire future non-residential tax base. I touched earlier on the removal of that incentive on the first 2,500 square meters. I think that's something that really needs to be considered closely. And it feels almost like a bait and switch, almost, in terms of what it does to threaten to undermine the case for multi-scale, multi-format, non-residential development. Lastly, I'd just like to sort of underscore the fact that how this project aligns with strategic goals. Council's 5-year strategic plan emphasizes facilitating a vibrant economy and sustaining the quality of life, a high quality of life. And I think the excessive development charges are at odds with these goals, especially during a period when the economic stability feels fragile and developers are approaching projects with a much more subdued approach. And so as far as our recommendations to you would be that we respectfully request that council demonstrate restraint on the non-residential DC. Specifically, we would ask that you prioritize municipal investment readiness by recognizing the scale and timing of the proposed increases and by maintaining the current exemption window for the 2,500 square meter, first 2,500 square meters of commercial space. Timing is of the essence here, and we'd ask that staff work constructively with the development community and stakeholders over the coming weeks and months to implement a more balanced DC structure, one that supports growth while still contributing appropriately to the infrastructure needs of the community. So, in short, we believe that there's an excessive non-residential charge that puts at risk Kawartha Lake's reputation, its vitality, and its ability to attract the next wave of commercial investment. And we'd ask you to carefully weigh the impacts of these, and I welcome any questions or comments that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? I think you made your case, so I don't have any questions or comments for you. Thank you very much for coming this morning and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have Mark Wilson, MVW Construction and Engineering, Inc. Mr. Wilson, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Mark Wilson. I'm the president of MVW Construction and Engineering, as well as Wilson Developments. I'm a local builder and developer and a professional engineer. My companies employ between 35 and 40 full-time staff, most of which live within the city of Kawartha Lakes. I trust you received my correspondence. I thank the clerk's office for distributing it. It was a little bit last minute, so I appreciate that. And just to clarify, I was a member of the Development Charges Task Force. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself, although I would say that my comments are largely informed by my experience serving on that committee. The housing market, as has already been noted today, has experienced a notable slowdown in both sales and housing starts. Implementing a development charge increase with this magnitude at this time risks further delaying projects, reducing near-term growth, and undermining the city's housing supply targets. Accordingly, I would respectfully suggest that council delay the adoption of the new development charges bylaw for at least 12 months to allow staff and industry to further review the assumptions and impacts of the proposed development charges bylaw. In particular, I would like to highlight some of the following things that I think should be considered. I think it's important that we allow growth to gain momentum and for the market to normalize. it's already been said today that there's larger developers moving into the city of Kawartha Lakes. They've made significant investment in infrastructure, and I think we need to allow them the opportunity to gain their footing. And I do not think that this proposed increase in development charges is helpful. In my view, the risk that the development charges increase will negatively impact growth in the near term far outweighs the possible benefit the city will have from the increased development charges at this time. I think it's also important that we reassess some of the capital cost estimates. Inflation has been discussed a lot today, and the indexing that is used to increase the development charges over time, and the fact that it hasn't kept up with the market. I would agree with that statement generally. I would say, though, that the increase in the capital budgets from 2019 to 2025 are exceedingly large. For example, I will try not to quote specific numbers, but I believe in the new background study, water treatment is in the neighborhood of $500+ million. I believe in 2019 it was less than 50. That is a very hard number to get your mind around. I think that given some additional time, staff and could look at these numbers and further assess them and see what might be able to be done there. I'm also concerned about the review of the multi-unit residential increase. I believe multi-unit residential plays an important part in the increase of housing supply in the city of Kawartha Lakes, and is an important component. Currently in 2025, the charge for a 2-bedroom dwelling unit would be in the neighborhood of $22,500. Under the proposed bylaw, this would increase to $49,272. That's an increase of approximately 119%. Single and semi-detached units would increase from $37,000 plus or minus to about $68,000. That's an increase of roughly 80%. The disproportional increase in multi-unit dwellings should be reviewed and considered. I have heard the argument that perhaps data supports the idea that there's more population, a higher population per unit in multi-unit residential. I can say from my personal experience with the rental units that our family holds, all 1-bedroom, almost exclusively all 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units have 1 or 2 people maximum. I also think it's important that the city considers the policy importance of infill and intensification. The provincial policy statement encourages infill and intensification within existing built-up areas as a means to promote efficient land use and optimize existing infrastructure. Currently, the proposed development charges are the same for both greenfield and infill development. It's my view that where development is directed to areas with available capacity and existing trunk sewers and water mains, this should be reflected in the calculation of the applicable development charge. Further study comparing infill and greenfield conditions is warranted, and adjustments to rates should be considered.
Get you to wrap up, please.
Yes, thank you. Lastly, I'll just touch on development charges deferrals. I was a beneficiary of the now rescinded development charges deferral policy. For small developers pursuing multi-unit residential projects, deferrals are crucial to making these projects feasible. It's my understanding that Bill 17 will actually require deferrals, but there's time needed to understand what that means and the effects that are coming with the building code. In conclusion, I'd just like to say I think this adoption of the new bylaw requires a measured approach and some careful consideration by staff and council, and hopefully some of the points I made today will be helpful as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. If you just stay there for a minute in case I have any questions. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thanks very much for
Thank you.
coming. Does anyone else wish to speak to the matter? Does anyone else wish to speak to the matter? And calling for a third time, does anyone else wish to speak to the matter? Seeing none, I have a motion that the public comments regarding the proposed development charges bylaw be received. Mover, Councillor Warren, Councillor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Madam Clerk, do we have any written submissions? We have correspondence received from Severio Montemarano, Bromont Group of Companies, Peter Tobin, Urban Metrics Inc., Rebecca Shilmat, Peterborough and the Kawartha Home Builders Association, and Mark Wilson, MVW Construction and Engineering. Can I have a motion that the written public submissions regarding the proposed development charges bylaw be received? Councillor Doble, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed. Is there anyone present who did not make a public comment or written submission but wishes to receive follow-up notifications regarding the proposed development charges bylaw? Please go to the clerk's office counter just outside the council chambers and provide your name and address, and you will be updated. Item 11.1, adjournment of the statutory public meeting. This public meeting held under the Development Charges Act is now adjourned. I have a motion to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. We'll take recess till 1 o'clock. I think lunch for council and staff is provided in the Victoria Room. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Welcome back, everyone, to the regular council meeting of October 21st, 2025. A couple of reminders for today's meeting. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room, where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on our YouTube channel, and the recording is available after the meeting. The meeting is also broadcast on Broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco subscribers channel 10, HD channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all these ways, video or audio recording by members of the public is not permitted in council chambers. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. We adopted the agenda this morning and did disclosure of pecuniary interests, so we'll move on with our opening ceremonies and ask people to rise for our national anthem.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
We'll now have a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. We have notices and motions from Council. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, I have three. The Fowlers, Corners, and District Flying Clubs, where their home base is in Orange County, Orange Corners. Emily East raised $50,000 this past season at their cruise nights at the barn. 5 charities were the recipients: Hospice Peterborough, 5 Counties Children's Center, Camp Maple Leaf, Camp Kirk, and the BGC Kawartha Foundation. Another, I would like to give out, being a small business owner in the city of Kawartha Lakes, I want to give a shout out to Small Business Week this week. I'd like to recognize the incredible impact our entrepreneurs and small business owners in Kawartha Lakes who drive our innovation, create jobs, and build vibrant communities in our entire area. So thank you for that. And in support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the Lindsay Dragonflies is hosting their Diva Night at the Victoria Park Armory this Thursday, October 23rd. It's a gentle reminder to honor the strength and resilience of survivors, remember those we've lost, and stand in solidarity for those that are fighting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I had so much fun this past weekend attending the Harvest Haunt in Bobcaygeon, and there were so many activities and so many kids. It was nice to see that many children enjoying themselves. So I want to thank Impact 32 and the Bobcaygeon Chamber of Commerce for organizing such a great day, and the whole town was involved, all the businesses, so it was really community building. On November 11th, we'll be here soon, and I ask everyone to show support for past and present military personnel, for keeping us free and safe, and for all the brave persons who gave their lives so we can enjoy our freedoms. We will never forget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tomorrow evening, October 22nd, there is an event, Women Give Back Initiative. The evening is an opportunity for women to connect, motivation, and for celebration. There is free food and drinks, and it is being held at the Launch Kawartha at 165 Kent Street West on the 3rd floor. This week, October 19th to 25th, is Small Business Week, and a number of events are planned around the Kawartha Lakes to promote and encourage small business in our community, and I invite everyone to take the time this week to stop into a local shop, perhaps one you've never been in before, just to see what they have to offer. These small businesses are our neighbors, they are our family, and they are Canadian, and we should take every opportunity to support and promote them. I was pleased last week to see the Remembrance Day banners displayed in the Lindsay downtown commemorating our veterans. As we approach Remembrance Day, they will help us to never forget. Thanks to the Lindsay Legion and for the City Works Department in having those banners displayed for all of us to see. Finally, on a sad note, I wish to mention the passing of Mr. Lorne Thurston, entered into rest at Ross Memorial Hospital in Lindsay on Thursday, September the 25th. Lorne Thurston in his 103rd year. In one of my first and certainly happier tasks as a counselor this summer, I visited Lakeland Village Assisted Living on George Street, or St. George Street, in July to bring birthday greetings to Mr. Thurston, who was turning 102. We had a lovely time enjoying cake and conversation that day. Mr. Thurston was very alert and engaging. He was born in Dunsford as a child. His family moved to Saskatchewan for a brief period, only to return to the Rayboro area. Mr. Thurston also ran a store in Sunderland in the 1950s, and I have heard it stated on a number of occasions that good people come from Sunderland. It was an honor to meet and sit with Mr. Thurston on that day, and I had every intention of coming back next summer. Unfortunately not, but our sincere condolences and best wishes to the Thurston family. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. I'd like to take I attended along with the mayor and Councillor Joyce, the 30th anniversary of the place called Home. Who would ever thought we'd be still talking about homeless 30 years from now? So, from 30 years. So, I just want to pass on congratulations to the place called Home and their staff for all the work they do for our community. So, thank you very much for all the work you do. Secondly, 1 in 4 Canadians have a disability affecting over 8 million people. So, this October, Kawartha Lakes joins communities across Canada to celebrate the National Disability Employment Awareness Month. It is a time to recognize the incredible contributions that people with disabilities make in our workplace and our community every day. And how do we do that? Well, we start by raising awareness. We remove barriers, we support, and we spread the word. And we share stories, which I could tell you a few. And we get involved. So let's support that this month. And thirdly, Councillor Joyce could not be here today, and I know that you would all be disappointed if there wasn't an update from the library, so this is for Councillor Perry, an update for him and everybody else. I'd like to inform Council this week, from October 19th to 25th, is the entire Public Library Week, a province-wide celebration recognizing the essential role library plays in enriching our communities. Public libraries are much more than just book lending institutions. They're inclusive, accessible space for foster literacy, digital learning, community engagement, and lifelong education. This week is an important opportunity for the Mayor and Council to acknowledge the value of our libraries and the work and the dedication staff who brings these services to life every day. Here in the Kawartha Lakes, all library branches are celebrating a variety of engaging activities. The library will sharing entries from its popular Get Caught Reading photo contest held earlier this year. So social media will also be showcasing the wide range of services available to the public. It is fun and an interactive twist, and the library is inviting residents to guess which branches are featured in the photos posted both on social media and in the library displays. It's a great way to highlight the unique character of our different branches. All visitors this week will also receive a free sticker to wear, showing their pride and support of the public libraries. In addition, the Lindsay branch will be hosting a button event, which has all been given to Council, and Councilor Joyce would like you to wear it. A button event October 24th, where participants can create our new pens featuring the same artwork as a sticker. And finally, I've brought along a few to wear, and you'll find them in your mailbox. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to have a shout out to all the much needed and food banks in our area, although one day we hopefully will not have to have food banks, but we do have many food banks in Canada and in Kawartha Lakes, and in Ward 6 we have some excellent run food banks who help people in need. I want to give a shout out to the Omemian Area Food Bank, the Dunsford Food Bank, and also a shout out to the residents of Victoria Place south of Bobcaygeon, who had a major food drive on October 15th, and they contributed to the Bobcaygeon Food Bank, so thank you to them as well. The annual Omemi Ghost Walk will be held on October 22nd at 6:30 p.m. at the Legion. So this is an interesting walk through the village of Omemi, so if you're in the area, certainly welcome to go on that Ghost Walk. And finally, November 11th is, as you know, is Remembrance Day, and certainly encourage people to go to your local cenotaph that day if you can, and to honor our great veterans, past and present. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and I just wanted to say congratulations to Dave and his team who organized the annual Turkey Trot in Fenelon Falls at Garnet Graham Park on Thanksgiving Saturday. 500 runners from all across Ontario at a sold-out event, bringing so much to Fenelon every Thanksgiving weekend. So big thanks to Dave and his team, all the volunteers, the Santa Day Committee, and of course the sponsors who also make that an excellent local event for Fenelon Falls and everyone. Speaking of Fenelon Falls and everyone, Santa Day, never too early to mark November 29th in your calendars. All roads will lead to Fenelon for the Santa Day festivities, all free of charge, fun for the whole family. Stay for lunch, do some shopping, and enjoy all the children's activities, culminating in the Santa Claus Parade. Arrive before 4:30 when the bridge will be closed into town for the parade. I would be remiss as a councillor, of course, not to acknowledge the election victory of one Abigail Perry, who has been elected to Student Council and Mayor of Grade 4 in Central Senior Public School. So she ran on a platform of diversifying options on Chocolate Milk Day and was able to be the elected official now at Central Senior as Mayor of Grade 4. Yet another mayor in town. And Last but not least, on a more serious note, of course, we want to acknowledge Remembrance Day coming up on November 11th. Of course, there's the traditional service, the cenotaph service in Fenelon in the morning, and then the Legion remembrance activities and meal as well. I want to especially remember this Remembrance Day, the Indigenous soldiers that fought, as well as all the women and their roles in supporting the effort of our troops over conflicts throughout the years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. If anybody wants to know about Remembrance Day, I think Constance has a list of when the cenotaph ceremonies are. So you see, if you don't know, you can talk to her. I have a couple of announcements. Speaking of elections, we're 1 year away. This is your last year of the term. By this time next October, we'll be deep into election mode, and I think the 26th is election day. So let's make the year coming up memorable. Let's really get down and do the things we need to do for our residents and try and make it a good year, okay? Today is the 25th, and it's annual Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Educator Appreciation Day. It is a day to recognize the important work of ECEs and others who are committed to providing quality care for young children. Our children are the future, and ECEs ensure the children in their care receive important educational programs to help them thrive during this foundational time in their lives. This year's theme is Care Counts, as ECEs work with care and compassion to ensure our kids get the best start possible. On behalf of Council, I would like to thank our Children's Services staff who support ECEs across the city, and to thank all ECEs for their commitment and care they take with our children. Also, Friday, October 24th is World Polio Day. You can join us at City Hall at 9:30 as we raise a flag with the Rotary Club to recognize our collective progress to eventually end polio. This is a day to raise awareness of the actions we can take to continue the fight to eradicate this disease that will still affects children around the world. As polio is such a debilitating condition, we are hopeful that one day soon we can witness the end to this disease. Is there any notices from staff? All good? Okay. Can I have a motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting of September 23rd, 2025 be received and adopted? Councillor Warren, Councillor Richardson, all in favor? And that passes. Moving on to deputations. Our first deputation is Mr. Bruce Kingshot, and it's a request for the resurfacing of Pickerel Point Road and Snug Harbor Road. Mr. Kingshot, you have 5 minutes.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, nice to see everyone again. I saw you all last fall. I was here with a petition for Laird Drive, which is now paved. Thank you very much. All the walkers that were in the middle of the road are now walking along the edge, which is a lot safer for us drivers. Not like coming around the corner with some old lady with a walker in the middle of the road, so thank you. Today, though, I'm here for another petition. I'm here to resurface Pickerel Point Road, which is off of Laird Drive to Snug Harbor Road, and then from Snug Harbor Road to 36. It's all terrible asphalt. It's all falling apart because of the salt that's in sand trucks in the wintertime. Now, there's a lot of bad spots on that road. It's constantly getting patched. There's holes all the time. It's hard on people and it's hard on cars. But there's another spot If you go from Snug Harbor Road on Picker Point Road, you walk about 200 meters approximately. Right on the corner, there's a culvert in the ground. I'm going to guess it's 5 or 6 feet in diameter. I don't have a picture of it. I couldn't take a picture of the road because every time I tried to take a picture, it just showed a flat surface, but it's not flat. There's a dip there. It's a nasty dip. The first time my wife and I went around that corner, it really hurt her back. She has degenerative disc disease. So, and that dip, it goes all the way across the road. And that culvert is sunk. So probably like that, but it's, you come around the corner, it's a hard thing to hit. Other than that, just would like to all resurface nice and smooth, just like Lair Drive. But that culvert needs to be fixed somehow. Maybe they can just put more asphalt in that spot or something, I'm not sure. But everyone when I did a petition, I said, do you have trouble with that? And they all said the same thing. Yeah, I don't like that. You gotta really slow down to go through there, and it's good they're slowing down, but if you've never been on it before, it really hurts. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. If you just stay there in case there are any questions for you.
Absolutely.
Any questions for the Deputy? Councillor Ashmore.
Just wanted to thank, through you to Bruce, wanted to thank you for coming and putting together the petition. I'll speak to it once we get to the petition at the end of the program. But yeah, like the people are quite happy that we got Lair Drive done at the end of the, right down to the community of Pickle Point. And Snug Harbor Road actually was sort of another project that we were hoping to have it coincide with Pleasant Point Road, but I'm going to be referring it back to staff, and we're going to try and expedite this as quickly as we can possibly to get that road done for you there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks for coming today. I get a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Perry, all in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputant is a request for speed bumps on Folsom Crescent, Dave Morrissey and Larry Radziel.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Dave Morrissey. I'm the president of
you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm the president of our Sunrise Cove Cottage Association, and Larry here is our secretary. We've had a concern with vehicle speeding in the area over the last several years. It's been going on for a long time, but even more so since COVID. We have people are shopping more online, and we got the delivery vehicles coming in here at a high rate of speed. We've tried to stop them and talk to them, but they give you a dirty look or tell you to do something else. We also have some of our own residents that are speeding through here as well, and we try to talk to them. We have a global email list. We send out reminders to people to slow down, and if they have contractors coming in, to ask them to slow down too, but that really doesn't do too much. There is an increase with summer traffic here, with pedestrian traffic. We're very close to Meadows End Campground, and lots of people are walking their babies with strollers and their pets and what have you through the area. And we'd like to get some kind of speed control in here, whether it be speed bumps, stop signs, or some other way that you can come up with to assist us with this. And I'll pass it over to Larry to add on here.
Yeah, hi everybody. Thanks for letting us speak to this today. As Dave mentioned, we've had this issue for quite a long time. We've spoken to the police, who've asked them for some assistance as well. But again, we're on an unassumed road, so that makes it challenging for them to come in and do things. We've also reached out to the city on several occasions asking for signs and other things, but we've been denied to this date. So we'd really appreciate your assistance in helping us move this forward and help get speed control and make it safer for all our residents and children that are in the area. I know we're represented by Councillor Yeo, so he's been out here in the past and visited with us. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just stick around for a couple of seconds. We'll see if we got any questions. Questions for the deputants? Seeing none, I think you have an item coming up later in the agenda that will probably get pulled out and referred to staff. So, thanks for coming today, and I'll look for a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Yeo and Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Thanks very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item 9.3 is Scott Cressman, who wants to speak about Long Beach Road. Mr. Cressman, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Scott Cressman, and I'm one of the owners of 501 Long Beach Road. I'm speaking to you on behalf of 10 property owners on Long Beach Road on the western shore of Sturgeon Lake, specifically number 495 through 513. In November of 2024, we made a joint application to purchase the shoreline property across the street from our homes. The Land Management Committee has denied our request, and I'm asking you to overturn that decision. The reason given for denying the request was that the city may need access to the shoreline in order to address erosion control and the stability of our shoreline. Our rebuttal to this is twofold. Firstly, as owners of the property, we would be willing to undertake maintenance of the property at our own expense. In fact, many owners wish to make shoreline improvements, but would like to own the property in order to do so. This would also take the physical and financial burden away from the city. Secondly, as noted in our application, we would be willing to grant a permanent easement to allow access to the properties. I understand that this has been done in similar cases, such as on Grove Road on Cameron Lake. I would like to point out that our neighbors on Long Beach Road, who have similar access to the waterfront property across the road, have already purchased that property from the township in the early to mid 2000s. I have supplied a map for you showing you both parcels that have been purchased and the land that this application is referring to. Hopefully you have seen a copy of this map today. I understand that some members of council have visited our community and spoken to the property owners, and we thank you for doing so. When these shoreline properties were first offered for sale nearly 20 years ago, the Kawartha Lakes area was a much quieter community. At that time, homeowners felt confident that their long-established access and quiet use of the shoreline would continue without issue. Purchasing the land simply didn't seem necessary at that time. However, the community has grown significantly, and the use of the shoreline has changed. What was once assumed to be stable and secure now feels uncertain. Many longtime residents have continued to maintain and care for this land responsibly over the years, believing that they were good stewards of a shared resource. We are now asking for the same opportunity our neighbors were given to purchase the waterfront adjacent to our property. Doing so would ensure fairness, provide peace of mind, and recognize the ongoing care and respect we've shown this land for decades. The owners who have previously purchased the land did so in part because they had exclusive, open, and undisturbed use of this property for more than 10 years. In fact, most of our properties have had the use for more than 50 years. In my family's case, it's 76 years. In that time, we have proven to be excellent stewards of the land and have used it responsibly and respectfully. We are asking you to allow us the continued use of the property by overturning the decision of the Land Management Committee and allowing us to purchase it. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. If you just stay there for a minute and see if there are any questions from council. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, and nice to see you here this afternoon, Scott. I've been dealing with several of your neighbors, as you're aware, on Long Beach Road. I know that a lot has been talked about in terms of their possible preference for a lease or a license. And are you aware of those preferences from your neighbor, and is that something you're entertaining as well?
Yes, we have all spoken, and we were made aware that that was something that was discussed. From my discussion with all of the neighbors that I was representing today, our first preference still remains to purchase the property. My concern is, again, from the property, 2 properties that our family owns on this road, and having access to the land for 76 years, a lease or a license is only for a limited time frame, whether that's 10 or 20 years. Our preference would always be to own the property first, just because there's certain uncertainty if we don't own it. And we appreciate that a lease was something you were considering, but 10 years is not a very long time frame for those of us that expect to be here for generations. And the community is changing rapidly, and it's our first preference as a whole. That's why I am speaking today on behalf of everybody, to have the option to purchase it first. And again, that would just give us the ongoing certainty going forward if we did own it versus having a lease for a limited time frame.
Thanks very much. I guess just a follow-up question, because I've been speaking with Tracy and a couple of other of your neighbors as recently as this weekend. Yeah, just curious how many you're representing the owners on Long Beach Road today?
So, yes, Tracy's one that I have ongoing conversations with, and a few of the other neighbors. She has been the one, she was actually supposed to be on to present in August. I think I don't know the full details of why it didn't happen then. She'd asked if I could speak during this presentation at this time. So, like I said, my understanding in talking to her and the other property owners is this is still the first preference. Nothing has changed. We would still prefer to proceed this way first and foremost. And the lease would be a secondary, less preferred option for sure.
Okay, thank you. Just I had different information in terms of the landowners, the residents' will to look at this. I mean, I was the one who helped put over that previous deputation because there was a question around erosion, and the landowners wanted to take some time to kick the tires and have some inspection done. And at that point, I know Mayor Emsley was involved after that and discussed around the option of the lease or the license. That's where, under my impression, that was standing as the preference. I just wanted to be clear because I want to be up to the minute. So when you say you represent, this is the position of how many of the current residents on Long Beach are you speaking for today, Scott?
Again, just in my communications with a couple of the people, again, I should apologize in that it's a cottage property for myself, so I don't reside there year round. Tracy, who's my neighbor to the north of us, is there year round, and she's been the one talking to people. And again, this would be our preference. In my understanding of her talking to everybody up there and the few that I've spoken to, that this is still the first preferred method or first course of action that we would prefer to proceed with.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation? Deputy Mayor McDonald, Councillor Perry, all in favor? And that's passed. Moving on, presentations. Oh, what's that? There's no correspondence on here. Yeah, okay. Item 10.1 is a request for the installation, correspondence for the request of installation of a street light at Falls Bay Road and Pigeon Lake Road, Kawartha Lakes Road 17, and it relates to item 15.4 on the agenda. Okay. Motion to receive, Councillor Ashmore. Seconder, Deputy Mayor McDonald. All in favor? That's passed. Now we'll do presentations. And our first presentation is an overview of Lakeland's public health including the brand, budget, and merger of the organization. We have Dr. Thomas Pigott, Medical Officer of Health and Chief Executive Officer, Lakelands Public Health, and Ron Black, Deputy Mayor, Township of Selwyn, and Board Chair of the Lakelands Public Health.
Turn it on. Chair Ron Black of Lakelands Public Health will begin for us. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
And you brought Fiona with you as well.
Thank you, Dr. Pigott. Thank you again for having us today for a presentation on Lakelands Public Health on the merger and the 2026 budget. I'm just going to say a few words and then I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Pigott and staff. And I'd like to recognize Councillor Richardson and Boyce is not here, members of our board as well that are here today. First time mergers were ever discussed between the two health units was 1975. Only took 50 years, but we finally made it happen. In 2018, the province announced that public health would go through a modernization process that would see the 36 health units merged into 10 units and also take a 10% reduction in budget. The health units probably would have merged in with Durham Region and similar to the LHINs and so on, and Scarborough. So I think one of the things that drove the decision to merge was that in 2023, the province announced that the voluntary merger opportunity was available, and they wanted to create health units that had 500,000 people in them. We took the opportunity because we really wanted to determine our own destiny and merge voluntarily with the financial support as opposed to a cut in budgets from the province. So I think even though we didn't hit the 500,000 person, we're at 350,000. I think both boards felt that it was the right time to move forward with the financial support. One of the things that both boards I think realized was that through COVID-19, the pandemic, we really had inadequate capacity to manage those challenges, and we used a lot of staff time that took them away from other duties that the health unit has. So I think that also was another reason why we went through the merger. We're struggling to complete mandatory work. The public health standards that we're required to complete was also becoming a challenge for both health units. Health units have only received a 6% base increase in the last 10 years. 6% over the last 10 years. Inflation's been over 28%. So as a result, today, the provincial split was supposed to be a 75-25 province to municipal. Right now that split is 68% province and 32% municipal. So hence why we have a problem with budgets. Without the budget, without the merger, there would have been a significant program reductions in time when both units were already struggling with keeping up with the standards. The merger funds are going to help support the modernization of Lakelands Public Health, reduce long-term operational and capital municipal financial commitments, including the per capita harmonization between municipal funders, and provide for program and productivity improvements that can be reinvested. So just a few of the reasons why the merger was decided upon, and I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Pigott.
Thank you so much, Chair Black. So I think in the interest of time today, I won't share the video that we had included, but you have the link in case you'd like to watch it. Thank you again, Mayor Elmsley and Council, especially Councillors Richardson and Joyce, who sit on our Board of Health. Really appreciate it, especially as we've been through a pretty interesting and challenging journey in the last couple of years as we've finally merged the health units and come out as Lakelands Public Health. That name was announced in September. And it is more than just a name. The journey that we were on to find our new brand identity, logo, name, I think was a really important one for our staff and the communities that we serve. So you'll see, and I distributed some things, some little pens and pins, but you'll see our new logo is an 8-part symbol that represents the 8 regions, including one of which is City of Kawartha Lakes that we serve. The circular form connects the land and the water of this region. It represents the continuous nature of public health including the interconnectedness of mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being, which are part of the World Health Organization's definition of health. The rising sun in the center, and then its reflection on the water, or some have also said the moon in the reflection on the water, convey optimism and well-being, and it also represents the individual people that are at the very center of all the care that we do in public health for our communities. You can find our new website as well, lakelandsph.ca, and we're on all socials, so hopefully you can share those so we can point community members to good quality health information. Here is the geography of the region that we serve. And we serve over 336,000 people now in each of these communities. Through the journey to discover the new name and brand, we also had significant Indigenous engagement. And here are some words from Liz Stone, who talks about the work that we did from a consultation standpoint, as well as the representation of the circle and Mino Bimadzewin, good life, which is represented through the colors and water and the earth, sun and the moon at the center. So I'll then present a little bit on our 2026 budget and context. I'll share a little bit we'll introduce Fiona Kelly, one of our directors on our team, to talk a little bit more about health equity and how we can partner with municipalities, how we need to partner for addressing public health issues. And finally, as we're working towards our new strategic plan into next year, I have a few questions for council as well today. So our budget next year will see an increase in expenditures by 3.7%. In this inflationary context, this is, I think, fairly reasonable. Our budget, over 80% of our budget is staffing, and those staffing salaries have gone up by 4 to 5% in the past year. You can see that represents an increase for CKL as a funder of 5%. And the reason for that is visualized here. Sorry, some of the fonts and the PowerPoint's a little wonky today. Must have been some version issues with the one that you have. But this slide shows some of the visualization of the cost drivers of our budget increase. So majority just salary benefit increases, 3.7% increase in our expenditure. And as Chair Black mentioned, if we had a 75-25 funding split, the increase for local funders would be 3.7%, but because we've only been given a 1% increase by the provincial government for public health next year, that sees the majority fall onto local funders. And that 10.6% increase is being borne unevenly, so that the legacy Peterborough public health funders have a larger increase as we move towards harmonizing equal levels at the upper level to address increasing public health costs over time. So that increase is displayed there as well. The board's worked hard over the last couple of years to find an agreeable approach on harmonization, and over 5 years it sees contributions at a local level harmonizing equally at the upper level. This just suggests a forecasted 5% per year, but obviously that is hypothetical, and the annual increase will be determined by the Board of Health each year. So for 2026, that's 5%. I think it's important to talk about a little further on what Chair Black had talked about from a had we not merged standpoint. Both health units had significant financial pressures, struggled to meet our mandated work, and had outdated systems and tools. We also know through COVID we had inadequate preparation and capacity to respond to that and other public health emergencies. Take, for example, the measles outbreak, which was declared over about 2 weeks ago in Ontario. That was from the introduction of just a couple cases. In other provinces, for example, New Brunswick, brought that outbreak under control in 6 weeks very quickly. But in Ontario, where our capacity is limited, it took almost a year for that outbreak to be controlled. So continued public health capacity is really important from a prevention standpoint. The mergers brought together our governors. This is the representation on the Board of Health. And we also have made significant progress in just 10 short months since we merged in January. We've found a number of efficiencies, including in our leadership complement, while maintaining frontline services. We've decreased costs through paying off one of the mortgages of our sites. We've decreased some of our procurement costs, including on insurance. We've maintained a continuity of services. We're modernizing our tools. The board has undertaken a skills matrix and is working on skills development. And we're meeting all of the provincial milestones for merger progress. We're starting to bring together programs so that we do things in a common way across the whole geography, and that journey will go until later next year. To speak a little bit more about health equity and public health, I'm going to introduce Fiona Kelly from here in town, and who will speak a little bit about the work that we do.
Thank you. So for those of you who know me, I have been a resident of City of Kawartha Lakes, formerly the town of Lindsay, for over 40 years, and have worked for the former HKPR Health Unit for almost all of that time. So, and am now a member of the senior leadership team for the new Lakelands Public Health. So for me, coming to speak to this council is a really valued opportunity. I've done great work with, and my staff with members of this council over the years, and I really value not only being a resident of such a wonderful town, but also and community, but also having the ability to work and represent it in the work that I do. From just speaking to health equity impacts of public health, this is not new to members of this particular council. As I mentioned, we've worked closely with our Legacy Health Unit on health equity issues, poverty reduction over the years. And so this council is particularly aware that, you know, there are a variety of factors that impact health beyond biology and infectious disease, and that those additional factors are largely social and economic and can have significant impacts on health, day-to-day functioning, and quality of life overall. I'm hoping just the right button? Okay. So just to illustrate this, we thought we'd take the opportunity to give you a bit of an example of Sally, who is a child that is born to this pregnant woman, who happens to be a single woman in the City of Kawartha Lakes, who is currently receiving ODSP benefits. Her monthly income is just over $1,500. The rent, the money she has to spend on rent, is over $1,600, almost $1,700 a month, which leaves her no money for food or for any other costs of daily living, clothing, medicines, whatever other daily essentials you have. She's already living in a deficit situation. A baby who is born, so a baby like Sally, who is born to a woman, a young woman who is on her own and who is food insecure, is at high risk of being exposed to a parent with or a caregiver with mental illness, experiencing physical, emotional, or sexual abuse, being a witness to intimate partner violence within the home environment, experiencing a parent or caregiver with substance use, and themselves experiencing poverty or, depending on their cultural background, racism. As we follow that child through their school and teenage years, we know there's a number of different experiences that they will face as they get older, and their risks over time increase given their circumstances in which they live. So what we call adverse childhood experiences are potentially traumatic or stressful events that occur during the first 18 years of life, and they can have an impact of lifelong physical and mental health and well-being, education level, and socioeconomic status later in life. So things like a child entering school that lives in poverty has a higher risk of absenteeism. increased risk of vaping as they get into their pre-adolescent years, intimate partner violence as they get into their teen years, and as they continue through, ultimately at a higher risk for homelessness and mental health issues and other substance issues as well. We know that adverse childhood experience also have health system costs. So if Sally was born into a family experiencing poverty and also experienced adverse childhood experiences, she has a 5 times greater risk of having experienced in substance use harms that would result in perhaps hospitalizations, and 6 times higher risk of assaults, which then may result in related emergency room visits. And you can see from this slide that, so a really key statement at the top, that the cost of housing for 1 year, so though someone experiencing housing insecurity, living in dire financial straits, if we supported the cost of housing for 1 year, that would be equal to the cost of 1 hospitalization. And it's really important to know that we can most effectively mitigate the increased cost to the health system by using an upstream approach that focuses on addressing poverty, homelessness, and other local issues that ultimately impact health. And this is where your involvement is key. You are the deliverers of income supports, housing supports, other key disability supports and roles that support those people in our communities that are disadvantaged. You're a really important partner for us. And so while public health can help, we have programs that we offer, such as the Nurse Family Partnership, Healthy Babies, Healthy Children. We offer no family doctor clinics to provide immunization services. We partner with other members of our community to help prevent adverse childhood events. We engage in research and partnerships, and we work on policy matters. We know that by working with you through our own public health strategies, Sally's story could have been different. The data we could provide could have driven better government decision-making and increased our the effectiveness of our advocacy efforts for a living wage, healthier policies, reorientation of interventions, and multi-sectoral collaboration that will provide the necessary supports for members in our communities. And so just to close, just to reinforce the importance of municipal roles in responding to health equity. You are a key partner. Together we can collectively identify needs, work together towards a shared common vision and goal, provide input within our own respective areas of expertise, develop collectively the best solutions for our communities, and also implement a coordinated and integrated approach that creates healthy, resilient people and communities. And I will pass it back over to Dr. Piggott.
Thank you, Fiona. And that really brings us to essentially the end of the presentation. Hard to see on this one, but we're going through a strategic planning process that will finish with a new strategic plan for Lakeland's public health later next year or early into 2027. And today I wanted to pose 3 questions to you, but also to direct you and members of the community to the survey that we now have live. We'd like to hear from folks in the community and yourselves about how public health can more effectively work with you, partner with you, and ultimately serve your constituents, your residents. So I really thank you for your time today and the opportunity to speak a bit about the merger, a bit about the work that our team's doing, a bit about our budget, a bit about how health equity work is a partnership with you and the municipality, and looking forward to continued collaboration into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're up to it, we may have a couple of questions here.
Yeah, of course.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, and congratulations on the merger. I really like the name, I think, and the logo's fabulous. I sit on a committee from the health unit with Suskazi.
Yeah.
And it's a climate adaptation plan, and the plan really has looked at how climate change really adversely affects challenge people. So I'm hoping that will continue in this new format. So I guess that's a question.
Of course. No, thank you, Councillor Warren, for that feedback. And thank you for sitting on that committee and that work. It's super important. It's an interesting topic that I think highlights some of the efficiency and opportunity and collaboration that the mergers brought about, because the previous Peterborough Public Health Unit had actually used and leveraged on the work that HKPR had already done in the climate adaptation space. So we weren't reinventing our work. We're neighboring geographies. In fact, we kind of fit together nicely like this. And so we were able to leverage all of the work that was done and learn from that and have that as the building place for the health unit before. And now we're bringing those activities together so we can take a full regional lens, have a more efficient but also more effective approach to these issues. Because certainly the context of emergencies, and I'm no stranger that I'm in the city of Kawartha Lakes shortly after the summer of forest fires, and the significant event that was. Never thought in my career here that we'd be seeing that, but here we are, and we need to be more ready to respond to public health emergencies, and that work is a great example of that. So thank you for your service, and certainly it'll continue to be part of our work and is part of our mandated work from the provincial government as well. So we'll need to continue that. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you for the promotion, Mayor. Appreciate that. Thanks very much for the presentation. And in the interest of full disclosure, it's on record that I did not support the merger when I was serving on the Health Unit Board a few years ago when first elected. I want to, again, though, thank you for all the information on how it's progressing. And especially now working back in primary care, it's great to have this survey. I look forward to being able to access and use the results to inform our decision-making moving forward. Thank you for the resource. I guess my one question was, especially given the examples posed, what gives you hope?
Wow, beautiful question. Thank you, Councillor Perry. Our staff are working in a tremendous way and incredibly positive way around this. I think to what Chair Black had said earlier, this has been discussed for 50 years. 50 years. And so recognizing and respecting it was a hard decision, not unanimous. I personally feel, and I'm biased as leader of the new organization, that we've created something pretty special. We've brought together, our team has said there's a lot of differences, but I think it's kind of still apples to apples. I've said a couple times it's maybe Ambrosia's and Galas, but we were pretty similar, right? And so seeing the teams come together is a really beautiful, hopeful opportunity, because what we're doing is we're looking at every service that we provide and saying, how did you do it? How did we do it? How can we do it in the future? And that's not only one way or the other, but there may be, instead of A or B, a C opportunity to do it completely different and better. And so this merger is really that opportunity for innovation. And I've been talking to our team that we're not creating a health unit for today or tomorrow. This is for generations to come. And for my kids that live in this region, and the health and public health that they'll benefit from. So our staff and the partners that we work with in the community give me tremendous hope that this is a good thing, that we're going to be able to really strengthen the services that we deliver to our communities and create better public health together. Appreciate that, and thanks for the question.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Dr. Piggott, and just want to thank you for coming, and Deputy Mayor Black. We sit on another board, Tonabee Region Conservation. I think you've been on this position, your position, Medical Officer of Health, for a couple of years. I think you were on the Tonabee Conservation. You were on a Zoom one time. I think you were one of our guest speakers. So I have a couple of questions. The first one is the local health integrated network. How is the health board working with that? I know they've changed their name, the LHINs, but the LHIN is very big here in Lindsay and Kawartha Lakes. Like, how are you working with them right now and to improve and help things out that way?
Well, we're at the table of all of those conversations. You know, public health services are quite different than health care services. It's interesting, before my job here, I was in Labrador, and in a regional health authority model, everything's integrated and you're actually all one organization and model, and many other provinces have gone that way. But we're not there in Ontario, and so we have to work as a team, the different silos coming together to break down the silos. And ultimately, I always try to think from a community member's perspective. You know, people don't think about the health unit, the hospital, their family doctor in isolation. They expect a system that's there for them when they need help, and when they need health. And so I think we have an obligation as partners and as a system to work to do better collaborative work. We have staff that sit on, the Ontario health teams, for example, and do provide input and perspectives. This fall, in addition to a roadshow to councils and First Nations, I'm also going to be meeting with all our partners, and as part of this strategic planning exercise, starting with a blank slate. How can we collaborate better? What can we do new? What can we do differently? And really trying to advance that, because I think there's some real opportunity. I also think public health has a critical role to play given the challenges our health system faces, right? You know, the old adage, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Mathematically, it works out. There's been research that the return on investment of prevention is worth somewhere between $12 and $16 on each dollar invested in prevention. For example, Fiona mentioned this nurse-family partnership program, which we've implemented, and that was a collaboration before the merger between PPH and HKPR, and it's to support vulnerable, isolated new moms to make sure that the environment that kids grow up in is healthy. Every dollar invested in that program returns somewhere between $8 and $16 in social system savings from incarcerations, from mental health and addictions later. So I think we need to bring that public health lens to the crisis that our healthcare system faces, and Lakelands is excited to be a partner in that.
Okay, thank you. And I guess one of the questions up there that you've asked, like probably what most people are concerned about these days are chronic illnesses and the health of not just adults, but adolescents and children. We're dealing with autism, diabetes, obesity, childhood obesity especially. Would the role of the health unit be more of a preventative approach from here on, trying to reduce those chronic illnesses, which are really causing a lot of not only medical issues but financial issues to our society? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Ashmore, and I'll note that for our strategic plan involvement. Again, please reach out by email. There's a survey. Any input you have onto public health priorities for your constituents is super important to me. So from a chronic disease prevention standpoint, there are some areas where public health does do direct service delivery, and we talked about the adverse child experiences that kids can face. If we prevent those through programs like the Healthy Babies, Healthy Children, or nurse-family partnership programs that we do, we're going to see less chronic diseases later in life. But not all of the work lies in our control. If you don't have adequate housing, you're going to experience potentially injuries or violence or these impacts on the street that may impact both chronic and emergent diseases in the hospital. From an obesity standpoint, we know that there's a lot of preventative work to be done, but when you have a math equation, like the example that Fiona presented here for Sally, how is Sally supposed to have any money for adequate healthy food at the end of the day when in this community we're seeing people live in essentially legislated poverty? ODSP doesn't cover a minimum basic rent for a one-bedroom apartment for somebody who might be pregnant. So we need to address these things, and I think public health can be part of those broader conversations. We're not the policy levers to provide all the solutions, but I think collaboratively, with yourselves, with other levels of government, we can advocate and see for a healthier future, I hope.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you. And, thank you for coming today for this presentation. I just got a question with the merger. The merger is supposed to make the framework to be more financially stable. What are the main challenges for right-sizing our budget?
Did you want to say something?
I'll take that one. I'll speak councillor to councillor here around budgets, of course, a very important piece. And one of the things to remember here is to date we've got about $12 million in merger funding provided to us, and that is modernizing both health units, replacing hardware, software, all of those sorts of things, which would have come to your councils down the road. Both health units have pushed off a lot of those expenses over the years, trying to keep annual rates lower. And so the money is really, it's a pay me now, pay me later type thing. So we're fortunate that this merger process has allowed for those funding, and that funding level is about 4 times what any previous merger has got in the province, where there's been a few mergers in the past. So from a budget perspective, my background is business, healthcare, but I was a master black belt in Six Sigma and advanced lean productivity theory. We have hired a consultant to come in and review every program that we have to look at how we've done it in both places. Do we need the same number of people to do both? And reinvest some of those dollars back into a system that was really somewhat dilapidated coming into the COVID crisis. So there's going to be a combination of savings, which we've already found. We didn't detail so much today, but there will be a report on those savings down the road. But we're reviewing everything we do here together and trying to find some of those savings and reinvest some of them in places we need reinvestment, but some of them will just result in savings. Examples quickly, the mortgage on the Peterborough building was paid down. That's reducing our annual cost by $200,000. We're merging the IT systems. Combined, it was probably about $1.2 million in total. We're going to be able to shave off a fair bit of that. Insurance costs together, it's $100,000 savings in insurance costs alone. So there are things that are happening. We've only been at this 8 months. At this point, 10 months now, 10 months now. So we want to do it in a very prescribed method to make sure that we're looking at every piece of the business and making sure that we're using the dollars the best we can. But the message there on the modernization is council was going to have to pay for it at some point, and we're getting it paid through the province at this point.
If I can just briefly add in responding to your question, Councillor McDonald, one of the complexities of public sector mergers is bringing unions together, and the wage harmonization for unionized staff is through a fairly prescriptive provincial legislative process called PSLRTA, and often the harmonization then ends up increasing wages and then therefore costs. There's some job positions that are unionized that had a nearly 50% difference in pay between the two health units. And so that is going to be a big cost driver of the merger that needs to be managed. The harmonizing local levy contribution at the higher level, the benefit of that is that we have addressed part of our funding shortfall, and part of the journey that the Board of Health is on is really advocating to the province. Again, we participated in the voluntary process, which was their idea and which has been on the agenda for a long time, to ensure that the province helps to address some of these merger-driven costs in a permanently funded way. We're incredibly generously funded through the merger right now by the province, and we've been thanking them profusely for that support. It's very important. But at the end of the merger journey, there are going to be cost implications that need to be addressed.
Which just reads me another question. When you talk about mergers, they're supposed to save money. So all these things should have been maybe thought about before we get into a merger, wouldn't you think? Instead of finding out now.
They were part of the board's awareness through the feasibility study that was conducted. So it was all part of the package. I mean, again, cost increases to staff are addressing salary increases, which is sometimes a good thing for staff that were underpaid when you look in a comparative sense. So the costs, I think, were going to have to be absorbed by the health units anyway. And certainly the efficiencies we're coming to see. But ultimately, at the end of the day, this is about improving services. So the goal is to reinvest some of those efficiencies while obviously containing costs, to strengthen the service that we deliver. And we know through COVID and other experiences, we need a stronger and more resilient health unit. I think the merger that was discussed in 2018 with Durham would have been probably a little bit too large, and both health units before were a bit too small, but I'm confident we found the Goldilocks zone just right with the merger that we do have and where we've ended up.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks again for coming today, Dr. Pigott, Chair Black, and Manager Kelly. I think the questions around the table today are Awesome. Everybody brought some great questions to the table. Mergers are challenging, and we've focused on being flexible and finding new ways to work together. Some of that pressure obviously comes from that provincial funding. Is there any updates you can give us on how that's progressing as a council?
Yeah, certainly, as Dr. Piggott's spoken about the impact of wage harmonization and so on. I had a long talk with MPP Smith on the weekend about this. We are in meeting with Associate Minister Jordan. John Jordan, Parliamentary Assistant in November for this. And the message to the province really is the 75-25 split was what the program was supposed to be. And right now we're at 32-68. So the message there is the province brought us back to 75-25, we'd be fine. We'd be fine. And that's the message. The other message is we've got a 6% increase over the last 10 years in our budget. So every year it's layoffs to try and keep the request of the municipalities at a decent level. That's the only way you can do it when inflation's 3 and 4%, that sort of thing. So mergers are hard, but we're taking a very proactive approach. We had a delegation at AMO with Mr. Jordan, MPP Jordan, at that time, and we got a follow-up meeting with him as well. So we're working through Alpha, which is the provincial organization, to help do the lobbying there. But the bottom line is the province and most health units are not at a 75-25 split. Some are worse than ours even. But again, to maintain levels of service, when you get 1%, the municipality ends up picking up the rest, or you end up laying off people. So we've got a very active program around that, and we're trying really to make a point to the province that we need a $3 million base funding increase to level the field for us.
And if I can just briefly add, yesterday I had the opportunity to meet with MPP Scott as well down at Queen's Park, and I think that was a great conversation, very much receptive with a nursing background to the issues of public health and public health funding. So I think continuing to talk about this work at every opportunity is important, and certainly through Councillors Richardson and Joyce and the Board of Health, but for everyone, if you can message and do your part when you have those opportunities with the provincial government, I think that will help us at the end of the day ensure that the goal of the merger to strengthen public health comes to fruition, and that we're not undermined sort of through funding challenges in a couple of years from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Just one more question, please, to you two, either who can answer. One of the things that people ask, and I just wanted to clarify, and I know it's maybe an operational issue, but is water testing. And could you assure the public that, you know, we'll still be able to drop off tests in, for example, Lindsay, and it's tested? I don't mind driving to Peterborough Medical Drive to get the test results, but having the ability to drop it off locally, at least in 1 or 2 locations in Kawartha Lakes, does Lakeland's public health support that, the continuation of that service for free?
Thanks. Yeah, no changes planned, and I think if anything, there are opportunities to look at better ways to serve residents. And there's been, conversations. You have to remember, Peterborough, as much as there's the city, has the county and very rural geographies as well. And we had created some pretty creative collaborations with some of the lower tier municipalities, Trent Lakes, et cetera, to have other drop-off locations around those kinds of things. So yeah, no change plans, and I think continuing to provide flexibility to residents is important to me.
Thank you. So I'll need a motion that the presentation by Dr. Thomas Pigott, Medical Officer of Health, Chief Executive Officer of Lakelands Public Health, and Ron Black, Deputy Mayor, Township of Selwyn, and Board Chair for Lakelands Public Health, and Fiona Kelly, regarding an overview of Lakelands Public Health, including the brand, budget, and merger of the organization, be received. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you very much for coming today. You may be interested in our next topic, which is a 10-year deeply affordable and supportive housing strategy. So next up, 11.2 is Cheryl Faber, Michelle Corley, and Jesse Donaldson. And I see Miss Corley is at the microphone. Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
And online, I assume that's Ms. Donaldson.
Yep, great. Thank you,
Hello.
Mr. Mayor. We're happy to be here today. If you recall from our presentation at the June council meeting, we gave council a bit of insight into the extensive strategic planning work that has taken place across various areas of our deeply affordable and homelessness system. One of those pieces of work is the establishment of our new 10-year strategy. Today, myself, Director Faber, and Jesse Donaldson, Executive Vice President of Strategic Services of Help Seeker Technologies, are pleased to share the deeply affordable and supportive housing strategy for the City of Kawartha Lakes and the County of Haliburton. I want to start by saying how much I appreciate the level of stakeholder engagement, as well as other community partner engagement that went heavily into the development of the strategy, along with the work of various team members on the housing services team. We heard from residents, community members, partners, service providers, and most importantly, individuals with lived experience of homelessness and housing instability. Sometimes we hear that we don't do enough community engagement, so I really want to emphasize that this plan is grounded in local voices and local needs. It reflects that people in our communities, what people in our communities have told us they're experiencing and what they need to see change. This has been truly a collaborative process supported by Help Seeker Technologies, and I want to take a moment to thank Jessie Donaldson and her team from Help Seeker who are joining us virtually today. Their support has been absolutely exceptional. This strategy lays out a 10-year roadmap with 6 key priorities to help us bend the curve to actually reduce homelessness over the next decade. It's ambitious, but it's also practical and grounded in both evidence and lived experience. So why are we here today? We're here to set a shared direction, one that focuses squarely on where the need is greatest, deeply affordable and supportive housing. The strategy outlines 6 key priorities to guide us over those next 10 years, like I've mentioned, priorities that connect housing, community well-being, safety, and economic stability. This is more than just a housing plan. It's about strengthening the foundation of our communities. It's a strategy that also provides a clear framework on defining roles, timelines, responsibilities between the city, the county, and our local partners. And it introduces an outcome-based investment model, which helps us to focus on limited resources and ensuring that we'll have the biggest impact. Ensuring that our limited resources are focused as much as possible so they can certainly have that biggest impact. And together, these elements form the roadmap that provides a coordinated regional approach to tackling our housing and homelessness crisis. It also gives us the tools to understand what scale of investment we need for the outcomes we collectively want to achieve. Many of you remember back maybe to 2019, where the province asked service managers to update our first 10-year housing and homelessness plans. That refreshed plan was very tactical in nature and had lots of detailed activities and some very ambitious targets. But what it didn't have was a really detailed financial strategy to go with that. We didn't outline the long-term capital and operating needs to actually achieve those targets, and that's something we've learned from. This new strategy brings those lessons forward, and we've now included financial modeling, scenario planning, and clear long-term investment pathways. And it's timely because just actually in August, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing have communicated to all 47 service managers that we are now to be given our green light and refresh our current plans once again, and they provided a deadline of May 2026. And that focus was supposed to be now going forward on reducing homelessness. The good news is we started this journey with Help Seeker back in 2024. So we're already far ahead of the game, and our strategy aligns perfectly with the new provincial direction, focusing on homelessness reduction, service coordination, data and outcomes, establishment and advancement of strategic directions and housing considerations along the continuum. So we're not just compliant, we're leading the way. So let's talk about who does what in all of this. Under the Housing Services Act, the City of Kawartha Lakes, as you know, is the consolidated municipal service manager for both the City of Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton County. That means we're responsible for planning, funding, delivering housing and homelessness services across the entire service area. It's a big job, everything from rent geared to income housing and supportive housing to homelessness prevention and managing that centralized waiting list. But we don't do it alone. The city and the county also have critical municipal roles. We act also as planners, shaping land use and zoning, and capital investors, contributing land, infrastructure, and reserve funds. When you bring these pieces together, the service manager leadership, municipal planning tools, and county partnership, you get truly a regional system that works in sync. This strategy strengthens that alignment, ensuring that our efforts are coordinated and that other key municipal government areas are pulling in the same direction. Our mandate is regional by design, and this strategy helps us deliver on that mandate. The next slide shows the housing continuum, everything from emergency shelter all the way through to market housing. The deeply affordable and supportive housing strategy focuses on segments where the private market just doesn't work and where public investment is essential. That means that emergency and transitional housing, supportive housing, and deeply affordable rental homes. These are areas where people are most at risk of losing housing and where affordability pressures are the most severe. They're also the areas that we as a municipality and service manager have the most direct role and responsibility. By focusing here, we can make the biggest difference by helping people stabilize, move through the housing system, and stay connected to their communities. And I'll emphasize again, this isn't just about bricks and mortar. This is about community well-being, safety, economic prosperity, and certainly has some connection, ironically, to the previous presentation. Housing is a foundation that supports all those things, as you know, and this strategy gives us the plan and the financial framework to build that foundation for the next 10 years. From here, I'm going to pass the presentation over to Jesse Donaldson from Help Seeker Technologies.
Awesome. Thanks, Michelle. If we could just go back one slide, please. Perfect. I just want to thank you for welcoming me to your communities over the past year and a half, and it's been a pleasure. I've gotten to know quite a few of you, and I appreciate the innovation and the collaboration of not just your human services team, but across the corporation. And I hope you see today that that strategic plan really means to leverage that creativity and innovation and forward progress that I believe already exists within your culture. So we're going to start with who's the customer, and Michelle's laid it out, I think, clearly for us here, but it would be sort of a misnomer to look at this as just the housing and a homelessness plan. So what we saw, and I think what I presented to you last time, was the extent of the affordability crisis across the region is significant, undoubtedly. And when I first came, people saying, well, Toronto, rents are worse than Toronto, And in fact, they really are, given your median income. But I think here are some stats that help us contextualize that further. And thanks to Public Health for teeing up the ball for me here. So $390 is the monthly shelter allowance for Ontario Works if you're on social assistance. If you're on ODSP disability payments, the monthly shelter allowance is $556. From sort of the private market, we see that minimum wage amounts to about $1,376. And when we look at the average price of a one-bedroom in Kawartha, it's $1,612. So already we see huge disparities between income that's coming into the community, whether it's via government assistance or whether it's via employment, and then your total affordability of your private market rent. What that does is it implicates older adults, single families, pregnant women, as we heard from Public Health, young people with their first jobs, couples who've spent their life in Kawartha and would like to stay and raise a family. So it really is all reaching and all encompassing. And as we go towards a more challenging, frankly, socioeconomic environment, that affordability gap between housing prices and economic earnings is expected to continue. What we have seen, at least from federal government, is signaling, doubling down on that concept of signaling that deeply affordable housing, non-market, is actually the only infrastructure investment, or one of the few infrastructure investments that are going to protect community well-being and economic prosperity. So I say this because it's not unique to you, but you are certainly facing a unique set of challenges that compound this issue. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm to change mine. Running to here. Okay, so this is a different way to look at this. I found this helpful. So from the provincial policy statement housing table of 2024, what we can see is renter households in Kawartha Lakes earn about $53,100 at the median, which would mean roughly that the affordable rent is $1,330. That doesn't include, that's minimally affordable. So that includes some strain on other expenses, food, transportation, health expenses, and that also doesn't say anything about families caring for children. So $1,330 based on that household median income of $53,000. When we look at the whole table, actually what we see is Kawartha Lakes has one of the least, and actually by extension Haliburton as well, but particularly Kawartha Lakes has one of the least affordable rental markets in Ontario. For you, that means the customer of your deeply affordable and supportive housing there's more. There's more people that you need to consider on an affordability basis that I think translates across your communities. Next slide, please. Okay, so then a related way to look at it. So what you're looking at here is these kind of income bands relative to the actual rental prices in your communities. So on the left-hand side, we have the income category, and AMHI stands for Area Median Household Income, and that's specific to Kawartha. On the first row there, we see households that are 20% of the area median income, and the maximum affordable shelter cost they have monthly is $265, which frankly is not useful in regards to shelter cost. So that makes all housing in your communities unaffordable. But that's not just what we're talking about when we're talking about the customer for this. So if I draw your attention to the third line, and that's moderate income, it's $51,000 to 80% of area median household income. So families that are making up to households 80% of the median income, their maximum affordable shelter cost is between $662 and $1,059. For context, when I was there last, the least expensive thing I could find was a single room for $759. What we see roughly in the average prices is a household may be able to afford a bachelor, that is if it was available, and would not really, unless it was kind of out of the average, be able to afford a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom. So again, what does that mean for couples who've grown up in Kawartha who want to stay? What does that mean for a family of 4? What does that mean for an older adult who has perhaps lost a spouse and is moving, downsizing from a home? It really paints the picture that this impacts much of the community potentially. Next slide, please. So what that means is the private market is already out of reach today with no further widening between income and affordability of housing is already out of reach for half of renters in Kawartha. And so I bring this to you today in that I view this strategy, of course, it's on that left-hand side of the continuum, but the affordability will become increasingly important for more and more of their community, beyond just those who are facing the highest barriers of say, currently or actively experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. So I believe I showed this to you last time we presented. So what you're looking at here is one of 3 scenarios that we modeled under this project. In the strategy, you'll see it referred to as, I think, a business as usual. So if we do nothing, what might happen? What's the worst, excuse me for sensationalist language, this could get? And what we see with no new additional affordable housing or any homelessness supports, we see homelessness increasing to 1,545. What I haven't shown you on this slide is, as part of the modeling, we've looked at both the number of people experiencing homelessness and the people at risk of experiencing homelessness by virtue of a lack of affordability. So behind this, there's an estimated 12,500 people, Kawartha residents, Kawartha and Haliburton residents, who estimated to be at risk of homelessness by year 10. And when we go back to, and brilliant presentation by Public Health, the outcome of people facing housing instability and the connection of housing instability to adverse childhood experiences and future well-being and costs in the system, it's significant. So I just ask you to look at that big bucket of 12,000 in addition to this 1,500 who may be actively experiencing homelessness throughout the year. Next slide, please. Under the three scenarios, one, business as usual, the blue, the teal was the stabilization. So how might we get ahead so that in 10 years' time, we're not worse than we started now? And then the yellow, which we called the transformation, was what would we need to do? What might we need to build in order for us to dramatically, I think as Michelle said, sort of get ahead of the curve or bend the curve. And so these are outcome-based scenarios. This allows you to ask yourselves as a council and as a corporation, as a community, what is the outcome we want to achieve? And what are some paths we can take to get there? And none of these paths are linear. The strategy, it was important to us that we did not subscribe a path. So it explores the desired outcomes, and regardless of the path you choose, short of doing nothing, which I know is not on the table, is to outline the strategic directions required to make demonstrable progress, to avoid that blue line in the status quo. And I know after a year and a half of spending with your community that I know the acceptable outcome for all of you is not the dark blue path. So how might we move towards one of two paths, or frankly, all of the other paths available to you as you implement this strategy over the next 10 years? Okay. So this is looking just at the transformation scenario. So the yellow one I showed on the previous slide, they're not targets, but they're offered to you an explanation of the scale required should you collectively agree over the whole implementation period of the strategy that you want to see a reduction to homelessness, that you want to reduce the number of people at risk, and overall improve community safety, well-being, and what we saw, health. So we have 356 deeply affordable units. When I go back to the image I showed you of the fact that for half the renters, private rental market is not affordable. So that 356, that's for those people, the vast number of renters who can't really access the private market. Then we have 120 supportive housing units, and that's for people with more complex, longer term, sometimes permanent mental health and substance use or physical ailments. Oh, excuse me. Thank you for changing the slide. 120. And that's really the health tie to all of this as well. We have 85 transitional units, which is intended for people who may need a little bit of additional support to get back into the private rental market, but emergency shelter is not an appropriate place for people to stay for 6 months to a year, to stabilize, to find work, to build connections with family. And so those are essential to keep people moving through a system. And then 8,000 prevention interventions. So that can include things like risk of rent supplements, or it can include rent arrears or gas bills or types of payments that allow people to keep their housing, because the least expensive option we have in housing stability is to ensure that people who have safe, stable housing stay where they are. So again, this is under the transformation, and it's up to you as a community over the next several years to decide how big and practical those outcome goals are. But this allows you a bit of an indication of scale, I hope. Next slide, please. And as we said, this one is intended to bend the curve, and I've just provided a breakdown. Homelessness is fluid, but a breakdown of the number of people overall experiencing homelessness and how this may be visible in Haliburton County versus Kawartha Lakes. And the strategy is really inclusive of your partnership, your role as a consolidated service manager, but your partnership as service delivery partners in the execution of this strategy. Next slide, please. As Michelle mentioned, I won't belabor this, but this really did come from the interviews we had with people with lived experience, but also really important conversations with staff and sessions with staff to say, how might we look at this differently? So huge appreciation for the innovation and the commitment that I know exists in the corporation today. Guiding principles of the strategy. And so there's 6 guiding principles and 6 strategies. Thank you for changing it. First one, municipal action is required to enable provision of deeply affordable and supportive housing that the private market will not build. And I think there's a growing recognition of that across all levels of government. So don't worry, I'm going to get to their responsibility soon. You can't go alone. But if you don't declare that deeply affordable and supportive housing is a priority, the mechanisms and the opportunities to build it, the creative opportunities to build and advocate for it, I believe will pass you by. 2, municipal tools and resources should be aligned with clearly defined housing outcomes. And so, of course, many of the service manager responsibilities lie within human services, but to be effective at delivering housing and a core municipal infrastructure responsibility, there needs to be an alignment of tools and resources, 1, to assure efficacy outcomes, but 2, to ensure that resources are being used most effectively and efficiently relative to that public dollar. 3, lower cost housing should be protected. So if you're running on a treadmill to build housing and looking at innovative, creative opportunities, but you are losing your stock behind you, that's a very challenging situation. So how can you best preserve the stock and the resources that you have? Effective delivery we manage will depend on clear roles, shared timelines, and mutual accountability. And so the handbook for being an effective service manager isn't as robust as one would think. And so as you take shape and new roles and try to meet new community priorities, what does your accountability and responsibility look like? What are the accountabilities of your partners? What are the shared accountability for outcomes across the corporation outside of it? What is the joint working relationship with Halliburton? All of that is essential because, again, you can't and wouldn't, with the strength of your community, go along. 5th, senior government investment will allow for delivery of deeply affordable housing at the scale required. I am not delusional. This requires provincial and federal investment. The provincial government has been very clear in recent that they are basing investment on showing existing value for money. So how are you getting outcomes with the money you have? And how well you plan to continue or scale those outcomes with new investment. And this strategy was really designed in hopes of making you, I hate to use this word, but competitive or at the table for some of those advocacy asks in a constrained public service environment. And finally, crisis and transitional responses, which are part of the housing system. That essential homelessness emergency response has to be part of this. It's a whole system that's functioning to keep people well and stable. Okay, so the 6 strategies I'll go through here. There are more detail in the strategy, but these are applicable whether you build 20 or 600 units. They're foundational principles required to deliver housing capacity. And I believe they'll serve you for, frankly, decades to come. So I appreciate the opening comments on that this is the last year of the term. And I think this council, if I may, has the opportunity through this strategy and with the support of the dedicated staff and partners you have to lay a foundation for community stability, safety, and affordability. And I believe a lot can be done in a year under these principles. I will say the strategy was set up to be optimized for what you can control, what you're legislatively required to, and advocate for what you can't. And so we've really considered not only the role of the CMSM and where that starts and stops, your role as a municipality, but also your strategic priorities you set forth in 2024 and 2027. So what can we control? What should we control? And where do we need to ask for help? Most of the plan sits in orange and teal here. And we spoke about this in the previous presentation of there are things you can't control. Population growth, not really. Economy, social assistance rates. But there's a high degree that you can, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Next slide, high degree you can control. So in that middle slide, so you can control performance of the system in some regards. You can appropriately match people to the right support. You can look at your contracts and look at what you're expecting from providers relative to what you're providing financially. And what this is founded on is if there's no place for people to go, if there's no housing for people to go into that's affordable, there's no hope in getting ahead of some of the issues that may be concerning the community, such as homelessness. So this strategy really focuses on this yellow and this teal on this right-hand side. Okay, let's get into it. So strategic priority 1 is upfront expanding deeply affordable and supportive housing. As I mentioned, that first one is really strengthening that service manager role and making sure it's unique to the strengths and the needs of your community. So taking on a greater role, a defined role in planning and coordination and structuring the deals required for deeply and supportive housing, and for the deeply affordable housing to be enabled by the municipality through land, capital approvals, partnerships, etc. So it's not simply that it's the you get the bill. It's that how do we look at the mechanisms within the corporation, really strengthen our leadership. 2 is formalizing a housing services agreement with Halliburton and defining that service partnership or a service delivery partnership and who has roles for what. 3rd is maintaining a credible pipeline of deeply affordable projects. I think we are headed into a unpredictable and tumultuous policy and funding environment. We have several municipal elections, but also provincial elections in a couple of years. We have pending budget from federal government. So those sort of things are going to create opportunities. And how are you positioned to say, hey, we're ready. We've laid this out and we are a prime avenue for investment from other levels of government. 3, of course, is targeting investment to housing that the private market cannot deliver. And that's a whole suite of tools. So public land, capital, planning tools, not only the ones that exist today, but the ones that you creatively come up with together. And so having that as a forefront of the corporation's focus. And then finally, developing a long-range financial model. And at the end of this presentation, I'm going to show you estimated costs for, we're still in priority 2, sorry, or priority 1 is good. Strategic priority. So perfect. So developing long-range financial models supports delivery. And so at the end of this, I'm going to show you how much one scenario may cost, but there's a whole bunch of effort and additional financial modeling that needs to look at, yes, this is the outcome we want to achieve, but what's practical and responsible and affordable given our constraints, but also opportunities that may come down the pipeline over the year, 2 years, 3 years from other orders of government. And so this is a first step towards that, but it is not the complete long-range financial model that will serve you to be fiscally responsible through the next 10 years. Next slide, please. Thank you. Strategic priority 2 is going back to preventing homelessness and improving pathways. That's a necessary component of this plan as per the legislative requirements. And this goes back to that orange box. Where can you improve in the system? You can't scale a system without demonstrated system performance. So where can you double down on what can be done? I don't want to say done for less, but where can you be most efficient with the resources you already have in the system? And many of these surround policies, partnerships, integration with other systems, such as health, helpful in our last conversation, and things like supporting tenants and landlords. And so how do we prevent homelessness? And when it happens, how do we move people through the system more quickly? Next slide, please. 3 is strengthen community and supportive housing. And so really, in part, this is through strong working relationships with housing corporations, but also other partners within the system. And so 1 is reviewing priority setting and access mechanisms. And so who gets prioritized for what? How do we use data to make those decisions? And I understand that you have a presentation around that later this afternoon, and that's directly related to how these strategic actions turn into implementation. 2nd is really strengthening supportive housing delivery for residents with complex needs, not only for those residents and those families, but the community impacts that unmet substance use and mental health needs have on the overall well-being of residents. 3, stabilizing and modernizing the existing housing stock, so we got to keep what we have. And then building structures that support alignment and also accountability. If this is what Kawartha is committed to, how might we ensure that those are the same commitments throughout the partnerships required to deliver on this? And then finally, of course, preserving community housing stock. Next slide. This one is really about aligning the whole corporation around housing. And so I believe all of these strategic priorities actually do set you up with efficacy and efficiency to deliver all types of housing. However, as we've laid out and Michelle did, the urgency of the affordability crisis in Kawartha and Haliburton dictates a focus on deeply affordable housing as the best use case to improve some of the efficiency and efficacy across your municipal processes, across governance, across decision making. And you can do it all, but you have to decide what to do first. And I can't think of a better area within the housing continuum to focus on that's going to impact most or a large portion of your community, if not now, in the future. 5 is, again, strengthening governance, but looking at internal capacity for housing delivery, service agreements with very clear roles and mandates, system-wide performance management framework, not simply for advocacy, but for you to hold each other accountable against the stated priorities, expanding collaboration through delivery tables with partners, which is so essential across your system. And then also what we're going to talk about, a municipal governance structure with the delegated authority to lead this implementation quickly in an agile way and set towards demonstrable incremental progress towards your goals. Finally, advocate, and slide 6, strategic priority. Thank you for catching up. I appreciate it. So advocating for senior government investment. And so coordinating advocacy for deeply affordable housing across the whole corporation. And how do you as council and mayor and different roles within the corporation and partners come together to advocate based on data. And that was a key priority of this strategy and why we did the modeling as transparently as we could. Maintaining the cost of pipeline, which we discuss about, and then using data and modeling to support funding requests. And so if funding will be tied to outcomes, how do we position Kawartha, by extension Haliburton, as one of the leaders in evidence-led, data-led homelessness and housing responses? Next slide here. So that's it for the strategic priorities, and they're in considerable detail in the strategy. The next couple slides, but before I say my goodbyes to you, is around implementation. So at the direction of your human services leadership, the strategy was really designed to move, create action, not sit on the shelf. And so that requires collaboration and accountability and some forward thinking into what type of implementation structure would allow for that oomph, that speed, that momentum. Next slide, please. So what you can see here is City of Kawartha, of course, you as Consolidated Service Manager and really governed by your 2024 and 2027 strategic plan. We've represented Haliburton County and their responsibility as a service partner, and also the idea of JAC, the Joint Advisory Committee, which provides input to the city and all of these objectives. I do want to draw your attention to the city implementation structure, very bureaucratically named, but the intent for that is to represent a new entity. And in the vision of the strategy, this implementation structure has cross-functional representation, and I believe it's essential for the innovation, creativity, and advocacy required to build housing, but deeply affordable housing at scale. And it's a misnomer that a tax levy is the only way to fund affordable infrastructure. But if you want to find other ways, you need the brightest minds across the corporation, senior leadership to be asking, what avenues do we have to improve affordability and well-being for our residents? Where are the opportunities to try something new? And you need a group that's jointly accountable to itself, to you, but also to the residents for outcomes, to say, we're going to own this strategy and we are going to remove blockers where possible across the corporation and amongst partners so that we can jointly pursue our goals or our desired outcomes set forth in the plan. Next slide, please. What we also put in then is what's the cadence of delivery and implementation on this plan, because a plan is just, or a strategy is just a stack of paper. So how does the system function around it? So further to the point that the strategy is for action, we outlined an implementation structure that's agile enough to expand or change with flexible needs, but still remains mission focused. So in the implementation structure, they're proposed that the strategy lives on for the entire implementation period, but over the course of each year, there are one-year annual implementation plans of what do we need to achieve this year, and how might have that changed since we created this plan. From that, there are monthly or quarterly, you can decide tasks, activities, and milestones that should ladder up to the achieved vision. And so in this model, the city implementation structure is accountable for those outcomes, and across the corporation, there's responsibility for action. And I don't know when it is we decided business and government progress needs to be measured on an annual basis. But I think this strategy recognizes that you need to eat the elephant, for lack of a better word, and demonstrable progress can happen in 2-week sprints, not 2 years. Next slide, please. And finally, what I'm presenting to you today here and the strategy that your staff has developed is one, there's the outcome-based scenarios, and it's what do we want to achieve today, and roughly what scale is that? 2 is the strategic actions. Regardless of the scale, how might we get there? What do we need to do today? And that's really where we're at today together. And then 3 is that financial planning. And that's why that financial planning is put as a strategic objective itself, rather than being tied to the strategy in a really inflexible way, because that's where you're going to decide what's achievable, what's affordable, not only with the constraints you have, but the opportunities you might have over the coming years. And so when I present you the next slide with the financial estimates, I just ask you to keep in mind that I'm not presenting you a financial plan. We're in bucket 1. We're saying if you want to achieve X, this is how much it could cost, because I think it would be irresponsible to put forward an outcome scenario without some indication whether that outcome is $5 or 500 million. Next slide, please. We'll skip this. So a reminder that we're looking only at the transformation scenario. Another one was included in this strategy as well, the stabilization. And overall, what we're driving towards is fewer people fall into crisis, significant reductions in homelessness, reduction in people at risk, and that people who grew up in the community can stay safely housed in the community. So what we have is, and I explained it at the top, we have 541 housing units, a mix of largely deeply affordable, but some supportive housing and transitional over 10 years. In this initial modeling, it's about $202.9 million in capital and $57.2 million in operating, so $5.7 billion per year on top of your existing system. That also includes portions of the system that would be sited in Halliburton, which I will talk about in my next slide. So over 10 years, and this mix, when we talk about kind of customer and who is this for, the mix of units, it's mostly the deeply affordable housing units to improve overall affordability in the communities. Next slide, please. And my final slide to you before I turn it over is, of that, about 50 deeply affordable units in this scenario, and it is just a scenario, would be sat in the county, 24 supportive housing units and 12 transitional units, as well as for Halliburton residences, access to the entire system, prevention supports, etc., which is about 39 million. Thank you so much. And as my last slide, I again really appreciate the spirit of your community and welcoming me over the last year and a half. I will turn it over for the next slide.
Okay, next slide. So in speaking to the spirit of our community, I think the biggest part with this housing strategy is that it is completely aligned with our 4-year plan from 2024 to 2027, not only with the vision and the values of our city, but that mission of working together to deliver the highest standard of municipal service and uphold our commitments towards a sustainable future for all. So through the guiding principles, in our plan, in our strategy, the decisions and our actions to support and implement on robust strategies such as this, Council, you'll need to look through the lens of being fiscally responsible, to be open and transparent, look for means for staff to partner and collaborate, and in the end, drive for that service excellence that you want. As stated on this slide, the strategic priorities of establishing an exceptional quality of life and good government are where the efforts of this strategy will prove positive achievements and progress towards a sustainable future for all. Next slide. So upon fulsome stakeholder engagement, as you've heard, to deliver upon the development of this strategy, as well as the recent recommendations approved by Council at the County of Haliburton, and through various conversations at the Joint Municipal Advisory Committee for Housing and Social Services, staff have considered various aspects of not only the environment, the fiscal and provincial reality, as well as the due diligence of not letting the status quo be our normal for projecting the increase to those living unsheltered, or responding to the lack of affordable housing and the surge being seen in our communities. So we bring forward to you today a comprehensive suite of recommendations that, with your approval, lay out the specifics needed to successfully move forward with the vital basic need and components needed for effective implementation of this system. So as noted, we've been also given that mandate from the province with the priority direction to change the curve on projected homelessness and to update our current 10-year plan. So this also has been part of our planning, as you've heard, bringing forward these 6 recommendations. And I will not go through them, but something that we will bring forward to you as part of the report. So very last slide, as we come to a close, I'll take you back not only to the data, research and engagement and projections shared with you today in the presentation and that have gone into the development of the attached strategy, is remembering Sally's story that Lakeland's Public Health shared with us today, and that, as stated, without adequate housing, Sally's quality of life is significantly impacted and impoverished, as well as the community safety, well-being, and health of the city of Kawartha Lakes. So thank you, and I also wanted to note that we've been told that the city of Kawartha Lakes and the service manager through this strategy is actually one of the first municipalities in Ontario to be crafting such an innovative, robust, and comprehensive strategy and plan to include both not only the capital, but the operating projections to actually bend the curve for homelessness. So I think through Help Seekers, thanks, their guided team has really allowed us the delivery of this strategy to you today. So we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's get a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Perry, Councillor Doble, and questions. Councillor Richards.
Thank you, and through you, thank you to everyone for bringing this report today, and especially your comments at the end saying that we're pretty much trailblazing and out there aligning, you know, how it aligns with our strategic plan, and we are building in resilience into the programming. Just have a couple of quick questions. One would be is, how will this strategy ensure timely construction and maintenance of our housing units?
We may just bounce this around. So is that something, Michelle, you wanted to speak to?
Sure, through the mayor to the councillor. So thank you for the question. I think specifically I'll lean on the piece about construction. I think right now, without us really having specific direction from council that deeply affordable housing is a priority, and without having that prior financial plan that we didn't have with our current plan, we're really hesitant, to be honest, to work towards that pipeline of affordable housing and more so deeply affordable housing projects. So I think I personally am looking for some direction and support with this priority of deeply affordable housing, and also within the resolution provided that direction that there's further financial modeling done so we can have that green light to have that pipeline of projects. It's also going to help us to ensure that we're making appropriate planning decisions around any parcels of land that might be surplus, that we can start really identifying and protecting and securing for deeply affordable housing.
Thank you. And that just solidifies the fact that we do need a green light on this so we can get out in front of it. Another quick question. What partnerships are being leveraged for this strategy? For example, nonprofit or developers?
I can start on that, and certainly Jesse and Michelle can answer that. And I think as you saw the continuum, and I think sometimes a visual really helps us understand what our focus is. When people say housing services, they come to our department for every type of housing development. Yet that continuum and the focus of what's in the red box really starts to solidify where we can make an impact. So across that, we know we have 5 funded housing service providers within Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton, and we also have our housing corporation. They play a role in the community housing box on that continuum. A place called home plays a role in the emergency shelter and crisis response. Yet there is supportive and transitional housing and affordable rentals. So we are going to need, to your point, Councillor Richardson, a collaborative approach with many different providers to help us maintain this. Are they going to be city-owned assets? No, not all of them. If something actually lands within the realm of the development and community housing, KLH Housing Corporation may be an option. It might be a private-public partnership with a developer as well. It could be partnership with Habitat for Humanity. It could be a various couple partnerships. It could even be partnership with a private commercial or industrial space so that we can then pair up on another side. So as Jesse indicated, we have to think differently, innovatively, think outside the box. Does it always need to be 50 to 100 units? No, it might be 4 units, it might be 8 units, and we build our way to those goals.
Thank you, and that certainly, thank you, that's a great answer. One more quick question. What matrix will be publicly used to report that track this progress? Because this is a 10-year formula, so to speak. How will we publicly face to show that we're moving towards those targets?
So another good question, because obviously, as we said in our strategy, service excellence and accountability is part of our guiding principles for how we make decisions. So given the province's mandate for us now to deliver upon a refreshed strategy in May, they outline a very much an annualized reporting matrix for us, or measurement of all of our outcomes. However, given the work we've been doing as a city with our own performance metrics, we will be incorporating that within. And so I think as you have seen the 6 priorities and the 27 key actions, that will actually become our scorecard. And as Jesse has indicated, we'll be meeting on those components with an actual implementation plan to deliver upon what progress we are achieving, as we said, monthly, quarterly, annually. And so yes, it by all means should be a public-facing approach to how we deliver upon our accountability for achieving those set targets, or whatever we actually finally decide based on the financial modeling that we actually bring forward and back to you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Richardson. A couple of my questions got answered, but thank you for this. This is exciting, and congratulations that we're the first municipality to do this, and I look forward to how this is going to roll out. And so when that happens, the implementation plan, are you going to drill down into specific urban areas, or are you going to look at the municipality as a whole? Specifics like in Bob Cajun. Yep, of course, right? What? We lost a private low-income rental building by fire, as you well know, and many people were displaced. So working on how do we get something that will help maybe even the owner of that piece of land now. You know, there has to be, through the implementation plan, there have to be specifics, I believe. So,
well, let me try that, and then Michelle can certainly complement. I've had to use this analogy through you to Councillor Warren a couple times, actually, in the last couple of weeks. We heard from public health today. They are a system in their own. They connect with the health system. There's certainly regionalized and specialized supports that are required in the health system, but do we all need them within Kawartha Lakes? No. If we need to travel for specialized services, we might have to travel south or east to find specialized services within the health system. The housing system is very much the same. It doesn't mean equal is the same in each community. If the need is there for community housing on a robust population and a critical mass level, then yes, we will definitely look at that. Providing servicing and the right enablers are there to make that happen, but does every community, because of the nature and the hats in which each of you bring to this table, require all of those suites of services across that continuum in your community? No. And it needs to be evidence-based, and it needs to be based on the needs of the projected growth of the population. So I think it's not a competition, and it's not a, I know that, I'm just publicly saying that it's not a competition. It's where the right service is needed at the right time for the right people to access it at the right value. So I think we'll have to look at that, Councillor Warren, as part of all this and as we map it out. And can I answer today to the specifics? No, definitely not. But that will be part of the implementation moving forward. Michelle, anything to add?
Thanks, Cheryl. And I totally agree, obviously, with what was been covered. I also think back to the presentation in June, and then maybe even in July, when Housing Services Corporation came to speak to you guys about the review of KLH Housing Corporation. Previously, we've put a lot of the development planning in their world, and we're now shifting that already and putting that back in the service manager world, so that we, being the system planners of all of this, we're the ones who are making those decisions of where the next units need to be, what size they need to be, for which level of need and acuity they need to be for, and then all of that's going to be supporting that pipeline of deeply affordable housing development that we're trying to achieve. So we're just reorganizing our own structures to make sure the planning is happening where it needs to be.
And just, I'm looking forward to the data on what areas, there is a need. So, I mean, I have a view, maybe you have a view, but I'd like to see the data. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation and all the hard work that's included. I just can't help, when it comes to Sally's story that you mentioned, think of the Psalms. How long, O Lord, will you forget me forever? How long is it going to be before we actually are able to provide housing for all in need? It just feels like we've been at this as long as I can remember. So I just want to temper a bit of our enthusiasm, unfortunately, today with that reality of what we're working towards and how long it's taking. I'll spare any more rant on that, but I would just like to talk about strategic priority number 3, and perhaps in just a suggestion, because this is going, as I noted, for more consultation. I thought it was excellent and good to see just how earlier in the report you have identified specific in-need population of higher needs, single mothers, seniors, persons living with disabilities, and Indigenous people living in the city of Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton. So I'm just wondering, just a suggestion, perhaps in strategic priority 3, which talks about strengthening community and supportive goals, perhaps the first key action, reviewing priority setting, which is great, and we've had discussions from this table around that earlier this year. Perhaps it would be good to identify that the priority setting will be done particularly prioritizing those in need who were already identified in the report and in the study. And I just commend that for your consideration. Thank you.
I'll just, through you, take that back as noted, and certainly already, as stated, there's already a report coming through to you today, which speaks to some of that work that staff is already putting in place.
Or maybe I should have saved it for the report comments. Thank
Ties
you.
in quite nicely.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Cheryl. Thanks for the presentation, Michelle, and the consultant. And just a question on do we presently have like a similar system in here, or will we be looking at a system like rent geared to income like they do in the city of Toronto? I know we're looking at huge numbers there, but that people can apply for housing and they can check their status when they're going to get housing. And that's my first question. And the other one is like, what sort of a waiting list do you have right now presently for, and you could just average whether it's a senior population or young families, or are some of them more or longer, the waiting list?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So thank you for your questions. Yeah, your question about more of an online portal, so to speak, for some self-serve options for the waiting list, where the team is currently exploring that. We may be able to simply just expand the current software we're using now to manage that waiting list of about 2,400 households. So transitioning from that to the other half of your question, yes, but we're bouncing around between 2,400 households. The demographic mix within that is certainly always predominantly led by single households. But then within that, it's usually single adults that are the first group, followed by seniors, and then families after that. So we certainly have that need for that smaller unit, and predominantly for adults, you know, between the ages of 25 to I think 50-ish. It's probably within the needs assessment, but certainly then seniors is kind of our second priority.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the report and for all the hard work that's been done. I have to worry about, you know, the numbers we put forward, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, that we never came close to achieving. And I look at what the provincial government has done with Ontario Works and ODSP in bringing them up to any kind of real number, and it doesn't happen. And so I worry about us depending on them to come forward with any kind of a program that doesn't include 500 townhouses in Downsview, that we can reasonably feel assured that we can go forward. I think that, you know, the report, and I think the recommendations on the report need to happen. And while we can make all the commitments in the world, unless we get help from senior levels of government, I just don't see it happening. And, you know, I hate to see people go out and try and beat down doors and break their necks trying to, you know, form partnerships and get everything in order to go forward, and then it falls apart. So, commendations to you. I don't expect any response to, oh, you can.
So through you, I guess two things to that point. Might I remind council and those that were here in 2019, you already approved targets that by far exceed these targets brought before you today. As noted in the report, though, we didn't price those out at the time, and certainly the cost of inflation has increased, but the targets you did approve already in our current 10-year plan are by far above this. Yet, given, Mayor Elmslie, how you started this council off, this is your 1-year anniversary to an election The time is now for advocacy. We are waiting on the federal government to give us some detail. We need their doors knocked on, and we need our provincial municipal leaders as well to be doing the same thing. And again, now's the time, and I'm reaching out to you from a political advocacy role over the next little while that it will take to really move forward on that. And Michelle, you wanted to add one last thing?
I do, really quick. So thank you for that honest comment. I appreciate that. I think the opportunity too, with what may be getting positioned at that federal level, like Director Faber mentioned, is that we will miss out if we don't position ourselves to be a little bit more ready than we have been. So if we don't have even just a limited pipeline of deeply affordable projects planned, we're going to miss out on those last minute funding opportunities that come out on a Friday and say, oh, in 2 weeks' time, give us, your outline of shovel-ready projects for this funding opportunity. If we don't have those projects ready in the timeline, if we don't also have some reserves built up, which we have been starting to do in the last 3 years, thank you, Council. If we don't continue to build up those cash contributions, we're also going to miss out on funding opportunities, because we know all funding opportunities in our world are more and more leaning towards cost matching. So they want to see evidence that we can put some skin in the game, and they want to see evidence that we have shovel-ready projects. So I think even on a small scale, we can better position ourselves.
Just so you know, today, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus is meeting on Parliament Hill, and one of their topics is affordable housing. So, the advocacy, obviously, the CAO and I couldn't be there today, but the advocacy is taking place. Councillor Warren.
Just a question, I guess, either to you or Michelle. I'm wondering if there is a critical mass of municipalities asking the province to bring in rent controls. Because the way I see this, when rent controls went down, everything went kapooey. So I think that's a big issue of affordability. It just keeps going up and up and up, and just wondering if municipalities are reaching out to the province.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. I don't have a ton to comment on that. Like, living in Ontario, at least we have some rent controls for sitting tenants, but where we don't have rent controls, where a unit turns over in the private market and then rents can get jumped up. I don't know the solution on that, to be honest, and I don't know if it's entirely rent control, because I also know that landlords trying to provide rental housing, they don't have a huge margin of profit either, given the costs that we are all experiencing. Yes, there's some money still being made, but at the same time, I don't know if the solution is entirely that. I think it's a complement of a few different things, but that's for someone who is a lot more embedded in policy than me.
It'd be really wonderful to have maybe a report on that. Just what is controlled, what isn't, and where the possibilities are. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion to receive the presentation. Mover and seconder. All in favor? And that's done. Let's do the report, and then we'll take a break. Cheryl or Michelle, did you want to speak to the report at all? There's a number of recommendations in it.
No, I don't think there's much more to cover. It really is just introducing the strategy that you heard about today. I also don't want to lose sight, though, that appended to the report is our updated housing and homelessness needs assessment. I think it's like a 170-page document. So there's a lot of data in there that other, departments of the city can rely on too for future planning. So extensive resolution attached to that report, I understand. That is a lot, but it's also positioning us really well to kind of start the path towards actually reporting and providing the strategy to the minister to let them know we're already ahead of the game. Here's our report and our plan, so we can provide that. And also the resolution supports and gives staff the green light to start working on that financial modeling, as well as some of the other pieces included there. So, and it allows us to start doing that soft rollout of some of the key priority areas that Jesse provided an overview of within the strategy itself. We can't wait for 2027 when the official start of the new strategy will happen. And there's a report later in the agenda already touching on that. So there's a lot we want to already start moving on, and so we just appreciate some support today.
Thank you. So, Council, what's your wish on the report? Councillor Richardson,
Move it as printed.
seconded. Councillor Warren, anybody, you want to speak to it? You want to speak to it? Okay. Questions, comments from anybody? No? All in favor? And that's passed. Okay, let's take 11 minutes and come back at 3:30. Back to order. Moving on, item 12, Committee of the Whole. Excuse me. That the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting of October 7th, 2025 be received, and the recommendations included in section 12.2 of the agenda be adopted, save and except 12.3.2, 12.3.11, and 12.4. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Doble, you have 12.3.2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion that the deputation of Emma Eakin regarding the concerns relating to student boarding houses be received, and that staff report back to council in Q2 2026 regarding the potential licensing of various high occupancy housing types, as well as any appropriate changes to the city zoning requirements that may be necessary to ensure the safety and quiet enjoyment of residents both within the housing unit and the immediate residential neighborhood.
Gil, sir, seconder. Deputy Mayor McDonald, did you want to speak to it?
Yes, I would, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Emma Eakin appeared before council at the Committee of the Whole 2 weeks ago on October the 7th, speaking on behalf of residents in the Lindsay housing development known as the Ravines of Lindsay. And she outlined a number of concerns regarding the residential activity of a number of high occupancy housing occupations in her neighborhood. These concerns included the accumulation of garbage on site, the impact of this to neighboring residents, as well as the safety and well-being of the actual occupants. I have been speaking to Mrs. Eakin over the course of the summer on a number of occasions, and I've also been doing some research into this. As a result of various Ontario Human Rights Tribunal decisions, as well as a number of court decisions, it has been determined that the current zoning bylaw regarding the occupancy and location of so-called rooming houses, which dates back to the Town of Lindsay Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw, has been rendered unenforceable. From the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal, it is clear that code-protected groups must not be unfairly targeted or subjected to discrimination. It's also clear that the restriction of limiting the proximity of rooming houses or group homes to one another should not be enforced. 9 years ago, on May the 10th, 2016, Council received a memorandum from Councillor Bredner, and on that date, Council passed the resolution CC 2016-417, where it stated, moved by Councillor Bredner, seconded by Councillor Dunn, resolved that the May 10, 2016 memorandum from Councillor Bredner regarding various high occupancy housing occupation types in the municipality be received, and that staff provide an information report to explain the various high occupancy housing occupation types and zoning requirements for each, including, but not limited to, group homes, transitional housing, and any multi-occupant housing types by the end of June of 2016. And in response, city staff referencing the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, as well as zoning bylaws in 6 different municipalities, namely the Town of Lindsay, the City of Peterborough, the City of Guelph, the Town of Clarington, Town of Whitby, and the City of Orillia. From their analysis, it was recommended that Council receive the report and that staff take no further action to restrict or prohibit any class of persons from occupying any dwelling unit, and that the city's zoning bylaws shall not restrict or prohibit any class of persons from any type of dwelling units. In the 10 years since that recommendation, a number of municipalities across Ontario, including the City of North Bay, the City of Waterloo, and the City of Brampton, have introduced licensing bylaws intended to ensure the safety and well-being of the residents residing in high occupancy housing units, as well as the residents located in the immediate vicinity of these housing units. The City of Kawartha Lakes, along with a number of other municipalities, have successfully implemented bylaws regarding the management and occupancy of short-term rentals. It is anticipated, and I would hope, that there could be a number of learnings to be gained from this bylaw experience. It should be emphasized that the purpose of such licensing, and my motion, quite frankly, should be to ensure the health, safety, and well-being of the actual occupants of these residents, as well as contribute to the quiet enjoyment of neighboring residents in the immediate vicinity. It is important that these occupants are not subjected to discrimination or exploitation by virtue of their occupancy, and in accordance with the 2016 report from city staff, there is no desire to restrict or prohibit any class of persons from occupying any dwelling unit, and any zoning changes should not restrict or prohibit any class of person from any type of dwelling units. It is therefore requested that staff report to Council in the second quarter of 2026 as to the merits and legality of introducing and implementing a licensing bylaw respecting various high occupancy housing types.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would. Through you, thank you. Yes, exactly what Council Doble said. This is all about safety. We have people taking advantage and undermining the safety of our renters and neighbors. Don't get me wrong, we need student rentals and we need places to live, but at what expense? We have the obligation to protect the renters and our residents to enjoy their own property without all these distractions. We did this with short-term rentals, and we made it safer for people to come to our community and enjoy it. And we also gave the residents back their homes to enjoy their property again. So I think this is really worth looking at, and I support Councilor Doble on this.
Thank you. Councilor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. I have a question, just maybe for consideration. Can the municipality reclassify this as a residential property as commercial or multi-residential for tax purposes? Because if it's continuously rented out 365 days of the year, okay, there you go, somebody's got an answer here. Wouldn't that also be bringing them more in-house on how we have more control as a municipality if we were to tax them differently because they're running it as a business?
Well, I certainly think the report coming back could speak to that, but Councillor Doble, if you have some information.
From my background in my careers in property tax assessment and assessment law, that description of property would not qualify for a commercial tax class.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Have a mover and seconder for the motion. All in favor? And that passes. Item 12.3.11 is source separated organics. Councillor Ashmore, that's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just was going to ask if the council would perhaps look at under the second act. I've had when it says that the bag limit be reduced to 1 per week starting in June 15th, 2026. People have asked me whether there could be some sort of more public engagement, some public meetings, information meetings about this. I've had a lot of people ask that we could, we're taking away, we understand the concept, Lindsay, Town Lindsay, Bob Cajun, Fallon Falls, and Omemee proper are participating in this program. But when you take something away from people, they don't really like it, and without any sort of consultation or education on it. I'm not saying that they're not educated on the matter, but they just find it that I can't sell this to people. I cannot sell this to my constituents. That's what I'm trying to say. And so I'm having difficulty with that. So I'm just asking for either a delay or some sort of a public information meeting before we pass this report, which would solidify that we would be, or which would make it mandatory by June 15th of 2026. So some sort of a, that's what I'm looking for right now. So people are asking me if they would do that, so I put it out there.
It is delayed till June 2026, which is almost, well, it's 9 months from now.
I understand that, but still, people are asking, why are we, for example, in the long-term financial plan, we see that we're going to be spending $45 million on expanding new landfills. Why are we expanding new landfills when we're going down to one per week? People just are not accepting it. I'm just putting it out there. And
you're the only one who's hearing this.
Okay, well, I'll ask for a recorded vote, and
okay.
We'll leave it at that.
Well,
yeah.
I have a few people who want to. Does anybody want to second that? Councillor Yo.
I have a question. Yeah, I don't know what I'm if I was going to second it, what was I seconding? I didn't actually hear a motion in there, I don't think.
The motion is to add a third that public consultation or a delay of indeterminate length take place before we initiate the one bag per pickup only in the areas where source separated organics are picked up.
Right, and okay, and yeah, no, I don't think I can second that. I think there's 9 months to go, and if there's a huge uproar or something that could be revisited. But no second. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. I really think that if everyone in these areas use the source separation organics, they use the cardboard separation of the plastic, I'm living proof that you will not have more than one garbage bag. So I have no one in my issues, but I think the issues that we have right now, that not everybody's using the source separated organics. And if everybody uses that and they educate, and that's where we should educate everybody, is to start using it, then I think they will find that one bag will be enough. So everybody has until June to start using it, and they'll be able to see themselves that they won't need it. Thank you.
Well, I think also to the other point about why are we expanding landfills? Because of growth. And we're going to need expanded landfill if we grow by what we feel we're going to grow. Councillor Warren?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I believe staff are putting out more information about this. And personally, I've had one complaint, and that was from somebody who was in the rural area, not understanding that it was just for the urban area. So I think this is a really good move in that it will save landfill capacity, which, you were hinting at there, which is very important. So that's.
Councillor Doble.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just further to Deputy Mayor McDonald's point, I've been informed that less than 1/3 of the population in the urban areas are actually participating in the organics program, and I think that speaks to the opportunity. If we can encourage people to more fully utilize that program, that it should. I mean, we can at least try it, and it would make sense, I think, to go down to the one bag.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and I'm echoing the same sentiments across the board here. We upped the level of service by offering them the single source organics, so they are getting an increased service. And the amendment to the bag is the result of a program that works if you use it.
So, Councillor, I don't have a seconder for your motion. Do you want to move it as printed, or?
I'll let someone else move it. Somebody else can move it, and I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Councillor Warren, seconder for as printed. Deputy Mayor McDonald. You want to speak to it before? Or? Okay. I have a mover and seconder. Recorded vote asked for.
Councillor Ashmore.
Opposed?
Councillor Warren.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
In favor.
Councillor Yeo.
Councillor Yeo.
We've lost him. Councillor Richardson.
In favor.
Councillor Doble.
In favor?
Mayor Elmsley.
In favor.
So 5 in favor, 1 against, and 3 absent. The motion is carried.
Councillor Ashmore, you have 12.4, which was your motion of the last meeting in which you didn't get a seconder, so it couldn't be received.
Okay, well, I'll have to table that for the next meeting because I don't have a seconder right now. I'll read it. Should I read the motion?
Yeah.
That the memorandum from Councillor Ashmore regarding minimum maintenance standards being item 9.1 from the Committee of the Whole meeting of October 7th, 2026 be received. That's it.
Anybody want to second that motion? Councillor Yeo.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a motion to receive. All in favor? And that's done. Consent matters, and Councillor Perry had the motion. Sorry, we have to do planning advisory. At the minutes of the Planning Advisory Committee meeting of October 8, 2025, be received and the recommendations included in section 13.2 of the agenda be adopted. Councillor Warren, Councillor Richardson. Questions, comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Perry had the item for consent, and he's not here. And he took it with him. Well, that's part of it.
Moved by Councillor Perry, second by Councillor Warren, myself.
Well, he's not here,
That's not
so
it,
you can't do
right?
that.
Yeah, I guess I can't do that.
So somebody else want, Councillor Richardson will sign it. Yeah, it's the consent agenda.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that all of the proposed resolutions shown in 14.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in the order that they appear on the agenda and sequentially numbered, save and except for items
14.12 and 14.15.
Okay, moved by myself and second by Councillor Richardson.
All in favor? And that's passed.
Sorry, I thought there was something else he was doing.
14.12 is iCity, and Councillor Ashmore, you don't need it extracted anymore, so I'll turn it over. Councillor Doble also extracted that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just have been in discussions with staff about this, and I really think it's important to note that the Central Square Canada software procurement is an important step for us. It's going to achieve a host of efficiencies for us and the potential for some significant savings. So I am very much in favor of this.
Would you like to move it?
Absolutely.
As printed. Seconder, Councillor Richardson. Questions, comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Doble, you have supportive and transitional housing waiting list priority.
Again, I spoke with staff about this again, and I'm very pleased with this. It just is. It's a more strategic approach to our housing, our supportive housing, and it aligns almost perfectly with our encampment protocol that we started this year. And I would just like to note that I get a report other councillors do as well, but we get a report every 2 weeks from Human Services on the status of the encampments. And I can only, from reading these reports, determine that this protocol is working and working very well. We are, as of the last report, we were down to 5 encampments with 8 people. Earlier this year, 39 encampments have been relocated successfully. So I think that's an astonishing number, quite frankly. I'm very pleased with it. And again, this is kind of the next step, and it makes perfect sense. So I fully support it and would certainly move that the report be received.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulcaster, did you wish to say anything about the report?
I guess thanks for your support through the mayor to the councillor. Thanks for your support in our conversation this morning. I hope I was helpful in our conversation. Thanks.
Seconder, Deputy Mayor McDonald. Comments, questions? No? All in favor? And that's passed. We have one extraction, which is 1421, which is Long Beach Road. Councillor Perry's not here, so we will go on past that to petitions. And if Councillor Perry comes back, we'll deal with Long Beach Road. So 1421 is a requested disposition of shoreline allowance adjacent to 495, 513 Long Beach Road, Cameron. And it's that the Shoreline Road allowance located across from 495, 513 Long Beach Road be retained by the city. That's the one we're deferring until Councillor Perry gets back. So on petitions, which is 15-1, the first one is a request for speed reduction on Kawartha Lakes Road 43. A copy of the petition with 37 signatures is available at the city's clerk's office for viewing. If we receive that report, it will be sent to staff. All of these petitions will then be sent to staff, and they will come back with a response to them, or it will get done. So what do you want to do? We need a motion to receive item 15.1. Yeah.
Yeah. Each one.
It's automatic. Each one's going to be referred to staff. So, I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report and send it to staff. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? And that's done. 15.2, request for the installation of speed bumps on Folsom Crescent. This is an electronic petition with 50 signatures. If you recall, Mr. Raggio was here and did a deputation. What is your wish? Motion to receive. Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, motion to receive and for staff to report back on the ability for them to put speed bumps and remove them in the wintertime.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe this is an unassumed road. So as an unassumed road, it's probably going to be difficult, but let's get an opinion from staff. Sir, seconder? Seconder on the receive? Councillor Richardson? All in favor? Thank you. This isn't hard, folks. Request for the resurfacing of Pickerel Point Road and Snug Harbor Road. A copy of the petition with 41 signatures is available at the city clerk's office for viewing, and this was Mr. Kingshot who appeared here today.
I'll just, if I could speak to it, please, briefly, thanks. So the request, just reading, request for resurfacing Pickerel Point and Snug Harbor Road. Now, what he's referring to is not both, but both have to be done and both are in the plans. What he's referring to is the intersection of Snug Harbor Road and Pickerel Point Road, just off Highway 36, but the length of Pickerel Point Road, which is, I believe, about 3 kilometers long, 2.5. So we'll receive it, and maybe if I had a question, if I could have a question, please, through you to Director Rojas. I know about 3 years ago, I brought a memo about Snug Harbor Road. There was a memo to council, and we did traffic counts on Snug Harbor Road. So just wondering, would Snug Harbor Road be a different project than Pickerel Point Road, or are they going to be done all together in the future, in the near future, hopefully?
Sorry, it depends on the type of a road surface. I believe Snug Harbor Road is an asphalt road, and Pick Road is a tar and chip road. I could be wrong. So if they are different surface types, then we have different capital projects specific to surface types, right? So Snug Harbor Road might be under a rural arterial resurfacing, arterial resurfacing, and Pick Road might be under a rural resurfacing. So it depends where they fall in the 5-year plan. However, our draft budget for 2026 is complete. It went through Budget Committee, and it's being recommended as proposed without additions or amendments. So I have to double check if these two are in the draft capital budget. I don't know, but there is going to be a public consultation portion of the capital budget coming up where these issues can be discussed.
Okay, thanks. So we'll refer it back to staff then. But I could tell you now that the priority, I know in the ward, is Kings Wharf Road before Pickerel Point Road and Snug Harbor. Like Councillor Yeo has said last week, you know, unless you have strong mayor powers or on the budget committee, then we really don't have the ability to designate a certain road. This is sort of, so we're going back to, once we get to the table at budget, can we go over this? Okay, that's all I want to know. It just sounded like it was a given, that it was a definite, that all the roads were decided and that was it.
No, what I asked for memos from councillors. I brought those, I considered those, I looked at the budget, I looked at the budget pressures, and I said I wasn't adding anything that wasn't already in the budget. At that point, I hadn't seen the budget, but I knew what the pressures were. So I made a decision that I wouldn't add anything to it until the budget committee was finished and and staff had done their thing and presented me with a recommended budget. At that point, we will now have a public meeting, after which council will get to weigh in on their wishes and wants in the budget, and we'll go through that process. So, and as I told you before, if we have capital closed and if contingency reserve gets money, then some of these roads that are being asked for could be put in because we'd be using 2025 money. Okay?
That's good, thank you.
So in this case, I would refer it to staff and it can, they can be aware that there's a petition, but we can also discuss it at budget committee. Okay? Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor McDonald, all in favor? And that passes. And that's the end of petitions. There's no... Oh, sorry. Request for the installation of a streetlight at the intersection of Falls Bay Road and Pigeon Lake Road. A copy of a petition with 22 signatures is available for viewing at the city clerk's office. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I ask for a motion to receive and to refer to staff for a report by the end of Q1 to come back. And I'll give you the background.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Doble, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, just briefly, thanks. I'll just read what one of the residents, the author of the petition, had said here, and I think it's worthy to read it again. On behalf of the residents of Falls Bay Road, City Kawartha Lakes, I am asking Council to consider the installation of a street light at the intersection of Pigeon Lake Road and Falls Bay Road. This is just south of Highway 36 and south of Bobcaygeon. This is a very busy intersection at the base of a knoll and is a very dark area. This is a safety issue, not a matter of convenience. All people canvassed expressed stories of near misses, emergency braking, etc. Also to be considered the safety of school bus children and emergency vehicles attached as a petition forms. It should be noted that there were 0 residents not in favor of this. So the staff report would have staff research it. I know the former township of Verulam would be in information on that, and there are some other factors that staff can look at. So this is an intersection that when you're driving and trying to enter into this community of Falls Bay Road, they have to put, the people have to physically put markers out there so they can see their way into the entrance. So it's definitely a safety issue, and it needs to be, hopefully it'll be illuminated next year, but this is the way to do it. So just starting the process, and appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doble, did you? Seeing none, no questions, comment? All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Warren can return. Councillor Warren, you have bylaws. You're going to have to change a name on it.
Councillor Richardson. So moved by myself, second by Councillor Richardson, that the bylaws shown in 17.1 of the agenda, namely items 17.1.1 to and including 17.1.4, be read a first, second, third time, pass numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Okay. All in favor? And that's passed.
What a mess.
Moving right along. Can I get a mover and seconder for the following motion, that the closed session agenda be adopted as circulated? Deputy Mayor McDonald, Councillor Ashmore. All those in favor? Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in closed session items? Seeing none. At this point in the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider items under Section 19.3 of the agenda. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all electronic participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hands that they are in a private room where no other person can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible. Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the following motion, that council convene into a closed session at 4:07 p.m. pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in Section 19.3 of the regular council meeting agenda of Tuesday, October 21st, 2025, namely item 19.3.1 to and including 19.3.4. Mover, Councillor Warren. Seconder, Councillor Doble. All those in favor? And that's passed. At this point, the meeting broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your cable TV. The live stream of the meeting on YouTube and the rebroadcast will now be temporarily paused for members of the public. When closed session is complete, the live stream and the rebroadcast of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of those involved within closed session, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting and council chambers at this time. Let's take 7 minutes. Wait, we gotta. Okay. Madam Clerk, items from closed session.
Through the mayor, item 19.3.1, the confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of September 23rd, 2025 were approved. Item 19.3.2, the staff was provided with instructions with respect to the future ownership, operation, and cost allocation of the water and wastewater systems, and with respect to cost allocation for roadworks. Item 19.3.3, council provided direction regarding tenancy at the Summit Wellness Center and an additional memorandum of understanding to be performed between the City of Kawartha Lakes and Northland Area Chamber of Commerce for the purpose of upcoming operational management of the Summit Wellness Center and surrounding grounds in Copaconk. Item 19.3.4, council provided direction to staff to make investigation report IC 35567-0525 from the ADR Chamber Integrity Commissioner for the City of Kawartha Lakes, available to the public in accordance with Section 223.6, subsection 3 of the Municipal Act 2001.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go back to 14.2.1, which was items extracted from consent, requested disposition of shoreline road allowance adjacent to 495-513 Long Beach Road, Cameron.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. And I would make a motion that the residents be permitted, that he'll be overturned, and the residents are allowed to purchase this section of the shore allowance. I was able to confirm with my contact on Long Beach today after the deputation that the deputant today did speak for the first preferences still of the residents of Long Beach Road. I want to thank the councillors who were able to make it out and take a look. I know the mayor had raised concerns about erosion, which is one of the reasons that this was put over, so that erosion could be assessed and so that the residents wouldn't wind up buying a lemon. From what I'm hearing from the residents, they don't have that concern, that they would be taking good care of the shore allowance, as you'd heard from the deputant, as they have been for years, and that the city, if there's a road allowance issue, if there's an erosion issue and the city road is damaged, it would be the same as were that to happen elsewhere, given the residents know that they could be on the hook for some of that in terms of if they, when I looked into it, owners of that land could be liable in the event of that they had made changes or that they had not taken action, reasonable action to abut or abate, rather, the shore allowance erosion. That is not a legal opinion. I need to put that on the record. That's just something I had looked into myself. And it has been a long-standing issue. I know that there had been the option to lease or to provide a license, that is still a possibility should council not permit the sale of the shore allowance. However, up to the minute, my understanding from the residents is that they're still looking for permission to purchase this road allowance. Again, as the deputant had said, with an easement to ensure access. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Warren. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, this is good that this is back on the agenda. I just have a question, though. So what is the issue with the shoreline? Was Kawartha Conservation, or who actually assessed that it might have some issues?
Staff, no, it's okay. Staff have had issues down there. The road is very narrow. The amount of property you're looking to buy in some cases is not as wide as that table. So if they own the property, number one, they could do anything they want with it. They could store their docks there, and when they store their docks there, when our plow goes by and wrecks their dock, they sue us or they come after us for compensation for their dock. It's on their property, but the road is very narrow. To me, it does not make sense to sell it. When I went down there and spoke with them, there were 3 people there, 3 of the residents, and when I suggested that licensing was probably a better choice for them, they agreed. There is also the issue, once they own it, they don't have a road association or a cottage association down there. I don't know the status of their docks with Trent Severn Waterway. We ran into this problem in a couple of places where Trent Severn will not deal with individual homeowners. They'll only deal with an organization. I told them that I thought they'd be buying a pig in a poke, and that it was not in their best interest to own that property. We already have, even though he doesn't own it, an example of a resident who put Cambrian stone and all kinds of, and built a wall that is now falling down with no building permit, no permit of any kind on our property. What will it be like when it's not our property? So I am with staff. I don't think that we should sell this property. I think they would be better served to license their docks. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. And I was kind of going down that road the same way. Is I'm concerned about the risk to the city, right? I mean, I went and had a look at it too because I needed to have a visual, and it is quite narrow. I'm wondering what can you do with that, and what they could possibly do with it if they leave their asset there. Like you said, it's potential of some type of damage. And then if we need to fix the shoreline, how do we get permission from all those owners to go and fix it? Like, they all have to be in a collective agreement. So that's another, concern of mine, is the entrance access to this parcel of land being such a small parcel. And for me, I'm struggling with it as well, just based on what the report the staff had do. I can understand where Councillor Perry's coming from, representing his constituents, but to me, the report is speaking volumes on why we do need to retain it.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Yeah, I also went out and looked at it, talked to a few residents and so on. I think if we're going to go forward with this, there's certain things we have to do. We would have to make sure they all have an insurance policy. What happens if some of them don't want it now? They're just an option, and then they decide they want to lease. Are they going to remove, and you already mentioned it, their equipment? Because I know I've been involved with in Councillor Ashmore's area with plows hitting things that are on our property, which causes damage. So we need to get a waiver there to say that if you leave your equipment there, we aren't going to cover it. And they have to have insurance to work on that. Trent Severn is another thing. And also, I think if we're going to sell that, we need to put something in there. You got to clean up with the shit that you already screwed up on there, because the walls are all the cement's all there. So they built it illegally, so they should be able to clean that up first. And I believe that, I think all those people should be told these things and have something written up and so on, and with information and signed off so they know all the liabilities and so on and what we're worried about, which we have a lawyer in the room, a couple lawyers right now. So I think those things should be really spelled out, because I don't want these people to get be thousands and hundreds of thousands, and then they go bankrupt, and then we end up with doing the work. So I'm just a little scared with that too. So,
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. I had gone out to see it, and from what I was told and still believe, that it's 100% in, that everybody wants to be in. There is, and on the other side of the lake, which you can actually see from there, of course, Thurstonia has 220, it's a huge area leased. Cedar Glen, there was at one time a group that wanted to buy, but then there was only 50%, even I think 30% in an agreement. So this is kind of unique that everybody's on board. So there's other places where private individuals are dealing with Trent Severn Waterway. They have to deal with them, and they come to me, like Pleasant Point, walls are falling down, they don't even get answers or anything. But it's just, this is the case where there's agreement. And as far as leaving docks on the road, even I know in Cedar Glen, and that's all administered by the city, they're still leaving their docks too close to the road. So it doesn't matter whether it's privately owned or leased by the city, whether it's Thurstonia or Cedar Glen or Ranch Road. There's a few in Ward 2 that are leasing. You still have issues with what's the word? I guess obstruction or of the road. So, anyways, I support the motion.
Well, one more word there. I'd also like to see something in writing that everybody really, because by the look of this deputation today, I know you talked to them during the meeting after that, but I haven't seen anybody sign up to say, he's only saying a couple people. So it'd be nice to know that everybody's involved and,
Councillor Noble.
Thank you. I guess I'm conflicted with this because my first reaction is, this is what the people want. And they've made that abundantly clear. And I also note that just down the street, a number of their neighbors were able to purchase their lots. It looks from the map like
I can clarify the purchase. The province sold our land to the homeowners before amalgamation.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. And if I heard discussion when the deputants were here today about the potential for a lease arrangement as a compromise, and I felt, maybe I'm the only one heard, but what I heard from their response was, well, while it isn't our first choice, it's something that we would accept. And my feeling is, you want to be careful what you wish for. These people could end up really regretting it in a very short period of time, which is why I think if we went with a lease arrangement, that better protects the actual property owners, and we could even make a commitment in that lease that 10 years from now, we will revisit the idea of ownership, but make no promises. And that way keeps everyone's options open, but at the same time, I think protects them, and they can, the experience of 10 years of ownership and maintenance of it would give them a better idea as well.
Not only am I concerned about protecting them, I want to protect the city. Councillor Perry, do you want to sum up?
Sure. Thanks very much, Mayor. And I would just say that the concern, I'm sure, is very much appreciated by the residents of Long Beach. However, this has been put over twice now for those very reasons. for them to become aware of the risks that they may face. I like the term pig in a poke, and careful what you wish for, but they're very much aware from the meetings I've had with them and the conversations the past 3 months or so, they've been able to kick the tires, let's put it that way, fully. Some of the things that the deputy mayor has mentioned, which are very good considerations, is often the stuff that's put into agreements of purchase and sale. I hear the point about you need to be careful for future days about the plow or perhaps bankruptcies. The part of risk assessment isn't just impact, though, it's likelihood. And I think the likelihood of those things is remote enough that this could stand as a sale. I want to thank the mayor for coming out in a meeting. I know he's been dealing with this for several years now. And when I left, when I spoke to them today after the deputation, to the contact there, this is their first preference, and it remains their first preference. And I believe it's all of them except maybe one lot at the end that this would clear up. So again, I put all those submissions to my council colleagues.
Okay, that was sum up. All in favor? That fails. So, Councillor Perry, there's in the report, if they want us to review licensing and follow up with them, you need to refer it back to staff.
All right. Do I have to do that today?
Yeah, well, you...
Yes, I will do that then. I will make a motion that's referred back to staff with the licensing and or lease option.
Right, and a motion to receive as well.
And a motion to receive as well. Yeah.
Okay. So you're making that motion, seconder? Councillor Yeo, are you seconding that? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I am.
All in favor? And that passes. Councillor Richardson, you have the confirming bylaw.
I do. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor McDonald, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held Tuesday, October 21st, 2025 be read a first, second, and third time passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. All in favor? And that passes. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Perry, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? Thank you very much.